not trying to go to home. I wasn't trying to go to home. So we was just joking around. He was not joking around. Y'all were fighting. Full-fledged.
What is up, Custom OG, and we're back. Welcome back. You know the live stream. You know the rules. You know what time it is. So let's get into this. Alright, man. This is a night stream. This is a late night stream. You know how we do, motherfucker. I don't work tomorrow. So I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So I'm going to be woken up tomorrow morning. I'll get into the morning with you guys too. So remember that. It is what it is.
What happens now is everybody knows that you try to shoot everybody else, you're not trying to shoot. It gets deeper now. Charity, watch Joe's videos. Charity used to bring shit. Like Joe said in one of his videos, Charity used to sleep there, and then Joe was laying there, and Charity made a comment on him. I know that boy know I touch his butt while he's asleep. He knows I can touch his butt. It's Joe's words. This shows to show you how messed up Charity acting. Joe posts some videos of Charity, picture of him and Lil Boosie on the tour bus and whatnot. But Charity just wouldn't stop it. Charity seemed to have problems with everything. Everywhere Charity went, trouble. So I spoke about a while ago, Youthful Effect. The guy that was a juvenile that was in there, DJ. DJ ended up coming blood, got him blood, he slept in the back. But before he came blood, he slept in the bunk next to a good friend of mine, my homeboy, Fro. Fro, hey, shout out to you, Luke Fro, if you see this. Fro was just, he'd been locked up 21 years to me. He shouldn't have been in this place. I shouldn't have been in this place. We both got screwed and thrown here just for the benefit of the members of the program. Fro was on his 21st year incarcerated. He was old law, locked in like 93. He was eligible for parole. Didn't have 25-year sentence. They say I'm here to bury. Me and him did not take blood to this place. All these guys at this place. Fro told me he caught his time because he was selling crack. He gave a dude chunk of crack one night and the dude laughed. This shit doesn't look real. Can I taste it? Fro told him, yeah. The dude put his mouth, bit a chunk of the rock off, trying to keep it inside his mouth, trying to get it back before like, just get the rock. Tried to run off, Fro put out and shot him. Wow. But then he killed the dude. He didn't ever tell him to kill him. He shot him. That's the backdrop of Fro. Fro is maybe short, 5'6", 5'7", but he is wide. He's like a bulldog standing on his back.
What's up, Zai? What's up, Stu?
Huge. His arms are huge.
Fucking late night stream. You know how we do.
Big dude. He's just short.
Fucking just chilling. I got my meds. I gotta take my meds here in a minute.
DJ never be back there on the late night.
Take these meds, bitch.
They were young, teenagers. They be back there making the most noise.
I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. So I don't work tomorrow. I don't work tomorrow anyway, but even if I did work tomorrow, I wouldn't be working tomorrow. So
which was very common. So DJ, man, they be back there Saturday night, Friday night, 2 o'clock in the morning, they be turned up back there. They got the radio playing, they got 75.7, 7 cities. They got the, late night, uncut version of songs playing on radio. Everybody's got their radios on, they back there rapping along with the music, just being young, man, just having fun. They the best of the bad situation, being incarcerated. Do charity, you see him sit up on his bar. He all to the back, all angrily. Fro jumps up back and just jumps. Leave him alone. Cherry lay back down. Look, I told y'all it always is bad, especially
Yeah. Good luck at the doctor's tomorrow.
it's late.
Yeah.
2:30,
Thanks.
3 o'clock. That's what Cherry went to his bed. He's got a dad's DK's bed, Fro's bed, going back to his bunk. I'm dead asleep. And me and Fro slept on the same bunk line, so if I lift my head up, look down about 6 bunks. That's where Fro slept, and DJ slept beside him. Cherry slept all the way to the end. I hear all this commotion. I hear someone and I heard him telling me, I'll kill your motherfucking ass, you grimy piece of shit. Why would you do some shit like that? You a dirt ball, you a piece of shit. Cherry,
You grimy ass. You're a piece of shit. You're a grimy ass piece of shit. Grimy motherfucker. You're slimy. You're trying me. You buy me. For time me. July me. Her lie be. Will I be? Girl I be.
Cherry by his boat. Now, I told you Fro's only like 5'6", 5'7" with a pair of Timbs on. He grabbed Cherry by the boat and started choking. Picked him up, grinding. Everybody starts waking up now. I wake up, I look over. Fro's got Cherry pinned up against the boat and he's choking. I kill your motherfucking ass. Takes him, slings him out from in between the 2 bunks onto the aisle until all the bunks are set. Comes out on the touch, get up. Cherry's laying there like this, like scared to death, like he ain't went over there so because he wasn't really crazy, right? Now there's been an altercation with me and Cherry. There's been an altercation with Fro and Cherry. Cherry's not bringing some of these other dudes in here that believe that shit. We didn't believe it. Neither one of us, because we had both been on maxes, been on yards where shit really got real. This shit place was a joke to us, right? Me and Fro were the main 2 dudes that had it out with Cherry, right? So Fro's son, get up, Fry, just get on top, get the shit out you, right? By now, everybody has woke up. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. We're in an open bay dorm. Fro's squatting on top of like do some Cherries, like cow, scared to death, right? Fro told him in the morning, you go back your shit up, you get the fuck about it. Okay, how you gotta do it? We come back from chow, your bunk is still laid, your stuff is still in here. I'm beating the shit out of you every day until you leave. I went to chow that morning. Cherry made a big ass scene out front of the chow hall with another dude. Just a random dude. Caused himself to get locked up. That was the end of Cherry. What type of person takes someone washing the rag and wash their face? Wear one that use a body, have one that just use the face. She don't want to wipe her face in the same thing. She want to go to the other box, right? What type of person does something like that? A grimy person. Cherry, if you're watching this, you are a piece of shit. A whole entire this thing. Peanuts, corn, and bubblegum. Disgusting horseshoes for you. I'm pretty sure you're locked in that for your whole entire. Let's get this. Now, when it comes to getting tattooed in prison, you need to know who you're getting. You need to know that this is a clean person. It's not someone that's going to.
Pretty good short, man. You did pretty good. I've seen that shit. You did pretty good. You nailed a lot of tricks.
I've seen guys.
So good job, man.
Not sharpen their needle, sharp enough to make the tattoo even more painful. That's super bright. I've seen dudes not like guys who take ink that they've been using on somebody else that's got their blood mixed in it now and pour it back in the bottle and use it on other guys. So needless to say, if you're going to get tattoos while incarcerated, you got to have some type of trust with your tattoo artist. Or do what I would do. Always bring your own stuff. I never let the guys that tattoo me set their stuff up and tattoo me. I have my own bottle of ink, my own gun, stretched my own needles, made my own needles. That way when I came to them, Everything you're using is clean. Everything you're using is mine. Been tested since I got out. Never contracted no hepatitis, no nothing like that. It's very common for guys to catch stuff like that because of cross contamination and somebody's doing it dirty. We have a tattoo artist in the bottom at the time named James. And James is an old white man. I wouldn't say older. He was older to me at the time because I was in my late 20s. He was probably in the 40s, so not older to me at that point in time. James couldn't tattoo his ass, so James put quite a few tattoos on mixed pestle to tear out the skulls. We did a bunch of different tattoos. The flames and stuff on my wrist, different things. To say the least, the man could draw a tattoo his ass off me. He had really cheap prices. Didn't have a lot of tattoos going. The ones he did were like really old for like he'd been doing prison time a long time. These were done in a whole different state. He had done more prison time prior to this thing. I thought James was somewhat of a stand-up guy. I'd never seen him do anything out of character. Never seen him do anything right. We get a guy named West Virginia, another white guy, comes in the bar one day. West Virginia was in there for making meth. Something he did wrong, ended up blowing up this little camper where he had it parked out in the woods. He said something about an open flame or something. I didn't really get into it. I just briefly overheard him telling me why he was locked up. He was lucky to get out of there and not be blown up. It wasn't in the camper when it blew up, but West Virginia was a mess. He was in prison for cooking in 5 years. James was doing, I want to say like 10, 15 years breaking houses. He was a thief on the streets and he feed his drug addiction. When West Virginia comes in, he's just not. You ever met with those guys and just you feel weird when they come around, just like you don't want to talk to them, you laugh and everything, even when it's not funny, super corny type dude, just not someone who kick you. That was West Virginia. Him and James get to arguing over the tattoo line, because the way it works is if I have an agreement to tattoo you, well, you gotta wait until I'm done with all the other people that I've agreed to. It's almost like a list. West Virginia didn't want to on the list and felt like, man, you always be doing red, doing this and doing that, you can tattoo me doing this. And James had words, and James was ready to beat his ass, ready to really legitimately trying to beat his ass, trying to get him to come to sell. West Virginia wouldn't go. James tells him, I'm not tattooing. Kid Rock shoot somebody else. I'm not doing that.
No, it wasn't trash.
A little bit of time passed.
It was good.
James is starting to clear up. He's finishing.
Pretty good.
Takes some good people. West Virginia comes. I'm sorry. Just kicks the sad sobs through the please. I'll pay you more than what we agreed, man. You know, I ain't got much longer. I go home. I really tattoo the side of my neck. It might take you an hour and a half, 2 hours. Please, he begs James, me and James talked over to myself. He said, I'm going to do West Virginia's tattoo. I was like, cool. I was like, I'm not doing it. I don't do what you do, man. If I don't really deal with you, I'm not going to deal with you. If I don't like you, definitely. He's like, yeah, I'm going to do his tattoo. His tattoo. So sure enough, one night, Virginia goes over there. James puts the pad on the side of his neck. Does this big ass tattoo on the outside. Looked great. Getting tattoo. Next morning, West Virginia's over James' cell. Tell him, hey man, there's something wrong with my tattoo. I'm like, what's wrong with it? He's like, look at it, man. It's all swollen. What's coming out of it? It's like, it's green and yellow. It looks infected. James is telling me, no, that's way too early. Infected and I'm almost tattooed.
What's up, Vincent?
James is like, Jake, come here. So I go down, look, as soon as I say his name. Oh shit, what's wrong with the tattoo? I think I told you. He's like, This shit is hot. It hurts, man. What did you do on that? He's like, man, I didn't do nothing. Did your tattoo? What did you do? Or did you wash it with dirty hands? Did you touch something and touch it? Did you wash it with dirty bag? Man, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing, right? Over the next few days, this dude, James, man, started losing big chunks of yellow were coming out. Big sores were here all over his open sores. They got so bad that James had to get taken to the infirmary because not only did he have MRSA all over his neck and spread on other parts of his body, he had a massive blood infection. He was sick. His neck, most of the ink had been injected. Just a big clot of leakage. Big, you couldn't even really tell what it was. So they take him to the infirmary, they packed him up. They never seen West Virginia again after that. James would go on to, I can't remember if James got shit or went home, what he did. For one reason or another, in due time, James disappeared as well. James' cellmate comes forward with the truth of the situation and what had happened. James didn't like West Virginia at all. James sat in the cell that night, made West Virginians eat to do his tattoo, but instead of doing it the way we do with rubbing alcohol, soot, maybe a drop of VO5 shampoo, whatever, he mixed this man's ink with piss. He put the soot in the little bottle, added piss to it, and shook it. Brought West Virginia in a cell and sat there convinced to put this big ass tattoo across the side of his neck that he had mixed up with his urine, which then turned into a blood infection, started this huge staph MRSA outbreak in Ohio. West Virginia was the only one to catch the MRSA staph, and that shit was highly contagious. If one person gets MRSA staph, people start catching it. It spreads like wildfire. And poison out everybody's supposed to be. So yeah, it was a good thing James was gone because a lot of dudes caught MRSA and they would hurt James real bad. But James, rather than just putting the hands on West Virginia, figured the best option would be just getting everybody. I told y'all before, it's grinding people in this world. Once you have an issue with somebody, you should probably rethink doing any type of business with them, especially when it comes to something that's going to be permanently tattooed on you. Because I've got some horror stories of them too. I seen them do tattoo a dick on me one time. We'll get into that one another day. Dude did not want to get a tattoo. That's when he got tattooed on. So yeah, a couple of the grimy stories of some of the grimiest dudes I've met along my journeys of being locked up. It's a whole lot more. Just a couple of stories. Once again, shout out to you, Flo, Jerry, James. That was some big shit you did. You should have handled West Virginia like a man. But anyway, that's just reality. Oh, yeah. But y'all know these institutions, detention centers, jails, these prisons, y'all are just crazy world inside this already crazy world we live in. Y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep you entertained. Oh, you know I'm entertained. Man, like always, this is Jay Williams. This is life. It's all my real and awesome reels watching. Because y'all still watching me. First got to prison, I went to chow hall.
It wasn't a desired position, but it definitely beat working in the showers. A lot of guys get in there, they just want to get out there. So they want to pass time. They want to make a little bit of money, so yeah, they'll clean the showers. That's usually the first position that comes open. You can clean the showers. But if you know somebody that works in the chow hall, lock me in. They get you in there, and the real hustle begins. The real time outside your cell begins. And you can make a little money. Now, the chow hall's not for everybody. There's going to be conflict. There's going to be a lot of things that you see that you're not going to want to see. There's going to be things you deal with that you're not going to want to deal with. But it's part of being in the chow hall. Like I said, the chow hall is the gift and the curse. You might get the morning shift and have to be up at the crack of dawn, 3 o'clock in the morning. Your cell door opens. You have to come out, sit in the pod, and then 3:30, 3:45, they open the gate. You leave out the building. You go to a whole nother building, and you commence to cooking food for thousands of men, getting them trays ready. But then you got to deal with all the mean mugs the penitentiary has to offer. As these guys pile in first thing in the morning with that dragon breath smelling like dust. What dust is, it's not a good thing. Now, the other inmates you deal with, a lot of times are very hard to deal with. But it's not them you have to worry about. No, it's your coworkers. Now, you're trying to turn this into a hustle. You looking, take this, take that. If I can get this back to the building, I'm going to be penitentiary rich. I'm going to have all the Zooms, all the win-wins, all the cookies, cakes, sodas. Just that guy has the same idea. That guy has the same idea. Those guys have the same idea. For the most part, if you got 10 guys working in the chow hall, and don't say, and he's telling you, I don't get on YouTube and chow. I let other people do that. That's not my thing. But if you got 10 guys working in the chow hall, 9 of them most likely have a way to smuggle things out. This is guys' bread and butter. This is their way of eating. This is their way of making sure that when they don't have anything to eat, they have something to eat. A lot of these guys will eat that food. They'll spice it up, make it good, and turn it into a sandwich. A lot of guys will make exclusive sandwiches and sell those. Then you got guys that just want the commissary. You got guys that get contracts. I will bring you back this many sandwiches a month, this many eggs, this many pieces of this, and this. And all I need you to do is have your people send this amount of money to my book. And rather than eat what they regularly have in the chow hall, oh, you're going to have cheese on yours. Some little onion, yours is going to be spiced up, and I'm going to bring you one every day. Send that money. You're bald. But just remember, everybody else is doing it. There's only so much food to go around. So if y'all pass out all that food, then it's just a select amount left. And everybody's trying to dig in and grab. You get the chow hall rules. This is when the fight starts. This is when the beat starts. This is when guys get fisticuffed inside the chow hall. And there's a whole lot of areas. You know what? No more explaining. Enough with the whole, but you know how to see it. You know how to win. So, you never can't say this about prison food, about jail food. When I first came into the system, when I first started getting locked up back in the 90s, food was a whole lot better than it is today, than it was when I left the prison. Now let me tell you about prison food when I first went in. Even the jail food. Here in Virginia, we got Richmond City Jail, we got Chesterfield Jail, we got Riverside Regional Jail. These were places that you couldn't say. Chesterfield couldn't say the food was bad because they were still in like 1960s time, where it was just like, you're in jail, you're going to eat the worst you want. I never really remember the food being all that great there. But in Richmond City, oh, they had the big pieces of chicken. I'm talking about on chicken belly dudes. Like, what you want for that chicken? Hey, sell me that tray. Like, get a couple dollars for that tray. $2 is equivalent to a lot of money, which means. Now you get to prison, and you gotta remember, I went in the early thousands. You get to prison, and my mind was completely wrong. I was told prior to getting there, I was told all these different stories of how things work. And they got honey buns this big. It is a big honey bun, but it ain't this big. They got cinnamon rolls like the size of pies. The cinnamon rolls much bigger than the jail, but it ain't that big. Food was a lot cheaper in prison than it was in jail. But the main thing I noticed was the first time I hit that chow hall, when trays came out that window, I said, wow, they're serving real food. As the weeks will progress, I come to realize food's not all that bad. It's not grandma's cooking. It's not mama's cooking. It ain't your wife's cooking. It's not meant to be. You're being punished. It's not that bad. Now, there was a point. Well, we got chicken. We got sausage. We got fish. We got the basic things a person should have. You've committed a crime. It doesn't mean you're locked up. You don't get to see your family. You don't get to see your kids. You're not there for holidays. You're already being punished in so many different ways. At least you do is let it be. Now, coming into prison, we had a large option. You never knew what they were going to have in your childhood, but you were still being fed meat. I'm not saying, no, we weren't getting steak, we weren't getting filet mignon, but at one point we were getting chicken, sausage, hot dogs, all these actually the treats. And then, let me tell you about this, and much love to Obama, the whole period with Obama, it was a great time in American history, but when Obama hit, he hit with all these budget cuts, and the prisons were hit hard. Y'all wouldn't know that, because y'all were out here. Y'all saw this and this and this, but what y'all didn't realize is prison changed. Prison changed overnight. The food we used to get.
Perfect song for Carl's Jr. Sourdough Star. Insert is $5.99. So repeat after us.
Now again, there's budget cuts. You know what sardines and Jack Mac and chicken. This is chicken and Thanksgiving. Hey, y'all ain't getting no more big pieces of chicken. Sausage. No, you're not getting salt. Fish. Huh. Y'all are tripping. Everything changed. It went from, this might be a good meal. Everything became processed. It went from 3 meals a day to you going to breakfast, we're going to give you a bag. It's called brunch. It's like an apple and a sandwich. And then you'll come back for dinner. That didn't last long. I think that lasted a week. And after they got tired of cleaning the bags up and nobody eating and seeing that thousands upon thousands of dollars wasted every single day, they shut that out. So if you were in the chow hall and you were hustling, and you had contracts with guys, and that was your way of making money, things become difficult. Now my first story is going to fall in before all that. It's going to go into something I mentioned. The sardines in the can, the Jack Mac in the can. Now y'all know what it is. It's that little can about this big, flat, it's got the top on it, you pop open, peel the lid off. Now I know a dude's gonna say, man, you can turn that lid into a weapon. I've seen you turn it into a weapon. That thing is sharp enough when it comes off that you can slice with it. And once again, the penitentiary's a place where guys got swords. So off the way to put it, they got big knives. And they're not worried about a Jack Mac can. That's a cut me right. Tuna can lid or sardine can lid. Like, you better come better. I got that Rambo over here. You better stop playing with it. But they took those out. But prior to that, it was a big thing. If you were common fare is someone that eats a special diet. A lot of them Muslims were common fare. They didn't eat a lot of stuff we ate. They would get that can of sardines, that can of Jack Mac. Now some of these guys would come back and sell $3 a pop. Go and sell the can. Bring it to me, I give you a bag of coffee, and it's good looking. Next time you get it, I gotta have that. Me myself, I like seafood, I like fish, I like sardines. I know everybody, sardines. I like the sardines. So it was a good thing for me to get them about. They were in the chow hall for the longest time. The first few years I got to prison, it was a beautiful thing having sardines, having that fish. It's kind of, I can relate. That's something I would eat in the real world. Like, it's actual food. What is that? That's not food. That is paste. It looks like it once had rice in it. I don't know what that is, but I can't eat that. But I can eat this. So I had locked in with a Muslim until I got my chow hall job. I was able to get my own things. But once I got in there, I seen it for what it was. And it was lots and lots of food, but certain things were accounted for. On chicken day, oh yeah, they sent the chicken, but they counted it out. And they only sent us so much. Now you got some guys with the whole, every day's money. You got some guys that don't come to eat because they're just built like that. Man, bring me your piece of chicken back, I'll buy it from you. It's like that. So when it's all said and done, the food they send for the population, they send it for the inmates, and then just the extra they send, it piles up to quite a bit. Not enough for everybody. So back to the sardines. Once I get in the jail hole, I realized they eat the sardines, it either be sardines or Jack, which is Jack Mac, would get sent over. But when they sent them, they counted the cans. They knew exactly how many of these cans were supposed to come across the door to argue, to disperse between the Muslims, some of the Jewish on special diet, kosher diets, common fares. They knew how many cans they were. Well, you got a dude that works in the chow hall that helps with the inventory. That would be the Muslim dude. He would go to the kitchen lady that she was cool with and tell her, hey, you got some Muslim brothers, some Messianic Jewish brothers over there in services. We need you to send an additional 30 cans. And she would do it. Those cans would make it into his pockets, his socks, into the trash he's got around his waist, down beside his. They make it back to the building. Now you do your math. 30 times 3 is 90. That's today's lesson. Use your brain. Now, if you can do that 3 times a week, and set contracts with guys, it's $270 a week. It's over $1,000 a month in the penitentiary off of cans of fish. It's just fish. But we like mix that in. Like you take that fish, you throw that in the bowl with the soup, and hit it with a little bit of cheese and a little bit of pickle. Spin it around, throw it in the microwave, heat it up, got yourself a meal, and it's good. The Muslim dude was a solid dude. Straight like that. You didn't even cross him. Just because people get religion and how tough somebody can be mixed up because it's religion. He's Muslim, he's got to be humble, he's got to be nothing. He's in prison just like you. And because of this level of political intimidation, that's that he did something violent to get here, so stop thinking that somebody's hiding behind your religion. But dude was more than quiet. His brothers would come to the line, Assalamu alaikum. Salaikum assalam. Great. But when it's time for these guys to go over and get these cans, he would hook his brothers up.
Introducing the Honorable Muslim Series. The world's most elite car cafe.
Shop the Memorial Day event and save only at Living Spaces. Living Spaces.
They're not paying those dues. And then sometimes you can slide out a package, somebody take back. And you knew that when this came in. You saw it in the chow hall. It came wrapped in saran wrap. And the box was wrapped in it. You know, like pop the top open and stole something from trains. Point A and point B. Let's steal out of this box. Well, they wrapped it in saran wrap. And the box would go in the office until it was time to pass down. And then he would get the box and disperse it. It really makes sense that you try to keep it from getting stolen and only for it ultimately all to get stolen. So I knew when I came to the chow hall, once I got my job at the chow hall, I paid the first few days by here. I'm not trying to take nothing. I'm not trying to be greedy. I can fill my tray up and eat as much as I want, but I'm not in a position to be no steal. I've never really been the thief type, but in prison, when you're trying to make ends meet, you're just doing what you got to do as far as hustling goes. You end up doing some things you didn't want to do. Stealing, being all that funny business, I'll leave to the dudes that actually get down with that. One of the first things I realized is those cans, do not touch those cans. And this ain't no small dude. Don't get the deception that he's like this bow tie wearing, skinny black dude. No. He's a dude that when he's not in the chow hall, he's not making salat, he's not with his brothers, that's on the weight pile. Just look at the whole entire weight pile. Big jacked up dude, eats a lot of fish, sells a lot of fish, works out, runs, does his pull-ups. Like, dude don't talk to many people, but the Muslim dudes, leave this man be. It's apparent. You can look at him and see. It's usually them dudes that do all that, and don't do much. And it's the one that sits back quiet that you really got to be worried about. He was one of them dudes that sat back quiet that you knew by his demeanor not to mess with. But something ends up happening. I've been at the chow hall now maybe 3 months, and I know that's his hustle. I've got my hustle by now. I got the items I sneak up out of there. Orange is being a big deal because I can make wine with them, and then there's other things. Raw eggs, guys love eggs, especially with working now. You throw the eggs in the bowl, scramble them in the microwave, and a lot of different hustles. But I had mine, and I knew that this fish, that sardine, that jackman, was it. You don't touch it unless you want to eat it, Mr. Friday. So on this day in particular, I don't know why he didn't come here. He wasn't even in my building. I was in 7th building, he was in 8th building. I don't know why. But he didn't come to work. These guys did it for themselves. If he ain't here, we're just gonna take the fish. We're just gonna take all the extra cans. I told you, it's usually a minimum of about 30 cans. Sometimes it's more. Sometimes he'll jack the list to 50, 60 cans. You gotta think this food is gonna feed 1,000 some people, but you're gonna select few to get these cans. These dudes call themselves taking the fish, taking the cans. Now in the past, there have been times he didn't come to work, and when he would come back, the leftover cans would still be in the office in the box. But he comes back on this day, this is the day he comes back the following day. What do you think he does? He goes in the office to see if these common fat cans of fish are in there, and they're gone. He comes out, he talks to one of the few dudes he does talk to the chow hall. That was also a white dude. I don't know if you heard the story when I told you he hit dude with a spatula, with his metal spatula, flip eggs with it. fired in the eyes with it. Went back to flipping eggs with a bloody spatula. That was his homeboy, Mr. Angry, the guy he always talked to more than anybody else. He goes to him. Hey, you ain't seen nobody messing with the cans of fish? Yeah, I did. It was him and him. They got it. So he goes to them. Hey, what y'all do with the fish, man? Y'all take the fish up out of here, y'all put it somewhere else. Like, y'all know that's my hustle. I don't touch y'all stuff. Don't touch my stuff. Where's the cans of fish at? Well, that's gone, homeboy. What you mean? Come again? Come on, let's do this again. Where's the fish? The fish is gone, homeboy. I need it. And that's already gone. This is all bad. Now, there is a section of the chow hall talking about this that's called the tray room. Our section, the cup, the line, the dish room, the tray room, all that's separated by a wall. And out front of that wall, you got all the tables, everybody eating, and behind it, you got where the magic happens, where the food's served, where the food's made, and distributed, and the trays are washed, and cups are put on trays. All that happens behind the line. They're in the dishwashing room. He's arguing with these dudes. The fish in. Jump in, y'all took it. I don't take nothing out. This ain't mine. Stay strong. Please remember what stay strong means. You now function like a woman. You start to believe this stuff is yours. Tell you gotta tell you, take your shoes off when you come in my house. Well, this is a prison cell. Take your shoes off when you come in my house. He stayed strong. Thanks to this stuff belongs to him, and then he's bigger than the program. He's arguing. Y'all took my stuff, y'all just gonna steal from me. You stole that stuff. But hey, I get it. This is the penitentiary. They're arguing. They're going back and forth. And this dude's getting louder and louder. They're making all types of noise. He gets loud and really means something because it echoes. The guard comes back there. What's going on? When the guard comes back there, I give him about 5 seconds before the dude just snapped out of there and started trashing these people. They didn't even smoke this dude. The guard comes in there. What's going on? Ain't nothing, man. Everybody disperses. They get into another little bit, but shortly after, another dude comes back and says something. At this time, maybe wasn't the dude actually working in the back of the trays. Were like he left it alone, get his off the line, stash it, and go back. But there were times when you get on the line with brothers that came in with good trays and you push out trays. They get to arguing again. And he says, nah, that's good. It's all good. I'm happy to know that ain't no don't touch this, don't touch that in here. You just take whatever you want. It don't matter what the next man's got sitting aside. It don't matter what the next man's hustle is. Y'all pay worse than I will, because I won't miss no more days. Y'all ain't gonna take nothing from me, but I'm gonna take anything I want. He's like, he ain't take nothing, he ain't take nothing. No one ain't gonna do nothing for me. Dead ass serious, he ain't playing. He ain't play pimping. Now the fish wasn't passed out every day. This was 3-4 times a week. Following day, the box comes in and he's right back to normal. Passes out what's supposed to be passed out, takes the rest, stashes it, passes it out to this person, that person, smokes the rest back to business. Then we fast forward that week to that scene. We have chicken. Chicken on the bone. You know what chicken on the bone is? You got chicken patties, loose chicken, shredded chicken. But when you get chicken on the bone, that means you're actually getting burned. That's a bird on the tray. They bring in these big pans of chicken. I'm talking there's a cart full of chicken. And dudes immediately start going and getting theirs and putting it on trays and hiding it here and hiding it there, getting bread bags. Bread bags is the greatest thing known to thief in prison when it comes to jail, because you can load it up like a log, tie it in, put it inside the pants, tie it around your belt, walk on back to the building with entire legs, right? These dudes hit the chicken, boom, 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 bagging it up, putting it on trays, getting a whole bunch. Who's going to eat 10 whole big breast of chicken after chow? Dudes would fill these trays up and then open this hot box. The door opens up, it's a square, and put trays in there, and they stack their trays in there. All this different chicken. One of the dudes stands there and watches it. Fill the trays. Interest. Watches them shove stuff in bags. Interest. Watches everything they do, where they put this chicken, that chicken, all this stolen chicken that they're going to eat or smuggle back to the building. Watches. Now my thought is, he's going to go take all their chicken. He took his fish. He's going to take all their chicken. He watches. He didn't get no fish this day. He didn't no sardines coming this day. So he ain't got no smuggle back unless he's going to take back a little bit of chicken for himself. But the day rolls on. We get throughout that meal.
You're 1 sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun, fast, and intelligent way to launch online. landing pages, content hubs, e-commerce sites, you describe it and it's built in minutes. It's kind of wild how far a short prompt can get. Right away, it generates a full site. Pages, structure, layout, design, it's all there. Next, styling. Shape it around my taste and ask for what I want. Darker palette, different fonts, just pick a box. Now we solve functionality. I want to capture emails, done. Payments, easy. Anything else I need, I just keep going. For a few lines of text to a live website I can start sharing. No long setup, no back and forth, no waiting for anybody else. That's what it's for.
At Long John Silver's, $6 baskets are still going strong. Now featuring tender chicken, fried to perfection in our famous batter, with 4 choice of side, just $6. Or to put it in chicken terms, $6 chicken baskets at Long John Silver's. Chicken.
We get almost to the end of the meal, and we're short. We're short a lot of chicken. Like a lot of chicken. Like enough that we got a good 2 pods. You're talking 170 some men that ain't about to eat because so much chicken's missing. Boy comes in there. Look, man, I let y'all do y'all's little thing, get y'all little hustle, let y'all eat, but y'all can't still to the point we can't feed the population. Where's the chicken at? People looking around. We ain't taking chicken like that. We're missing. There's 20 pieces of chicken. Where's the chicken? Y'all tell me where the chicken is. I'm gonna start tearing this building apart. We go all through here and find everything y'all got hidden and ain't nobody getting no chicken. Where's the chicken at? We didn't take that much chicken. You know, we do our little stuff here and there, man, but we ain't about to take so much that you can't feed the population and mess it up for us. Meanwhile, the Muslim dudes be back in the trade room, wash your trays, slide into the machine, come out the other side, nice, steam, clean, stain. Put the cups on top of the thing, sports in there, slide through the machine. You didn't pay no attention. But meanwhile, all these guys that stolen chicken, got stashed in bags, stashed on trays, they're freaking out. Because the guards about to come in and searching, and they've already got contracts to do this, expecting the chicken to come back. They can't not come back with it. Giving it back to the chow hall is not an option. So they, man, where the chicken at? We took that much chicken, man. Come on, man, y'all tripping, taking that much chicken. There's a big keeps pushing the trays. Pushing the trays. It wouldn't be long. The guards come in. If you steal it, you're getting locked up. Simple as that. Gave you all a chance to give it back. You got something on you, you're going down. Now, some of these dudes have put that stuff in bread bags and had it tied down in front of their legs. So they're riding dirty, super dirty. You about to get back in, go on to the wall. They go get a bunch more officers, about 6, 7 come in. By now, they done stopped serving. They sent these 2 pods back, waiting for more food to come over, and we'll call you back over after count. Inmates are big, man. Chicken day, we ain't got no chicken. There's all those dirt balls there stealing all the chicken. Because it's big conflict. They come in with these balls, 6, 7 balls. They call us all out. Y'all get on the wall. They start packing. Nothing. Then they get to one of the dudes that stole the sardines and the stash of chicken. They pat it down. What's that? Oh, that's all me, pimpin'. That's not all. What is that? But I'm telling you, that ain't nothing, man. We tried his pants, put him in bag of chicken. Boom, lock him up. Cuff him, take him out the chow. They get another dude that ain't even related to the sardine situation. Cuff him up, get him out the chow hall. This is not enough chicken to feed him. We have not recovered. Get y'all send it out the chow hall window. Tell us that we won't tear this place up. Ain't nobody sending it. They get to searching. Dude's got a lot of stuff bagged up. Whole trays full of chicken. Whose tray of chicken is this? That's my tray. I'm gonna eat that. You gonna eat 15 pieces of chicken? Dump that back in the pan and let's fed the population. And take all the little chow hall dudes, trays of chicken, and start dumping it back in the pan. But it doesn't add up to enough to feed these inmates. You can't feed them what you fed and found in that bread bag because that bread bag was tied to right next to his manhood. We're still short. They tear the entire chow hall up until they have found everything that was hidden. Every little hide spot they're moving out, the hot boxes, the tilt skillet, looking up the line, moving trays. They have found so much chicken. Like I said, once it's packaged and it's no longer, it's on a tray, it's served. It's in a bag. You can't serve that because if somebody tells these guys, man, that dude had that food tied up next to his, and they fed it to you, there's a lot of grease is coming through. When it was all said and done, they locked up 2 of the dudes that stole the sardines. The 3rd one slid by, but they didn't give enough chicken. They ended up having to call over to the chow hall, the main chow hall, and have more chicken sent back, which sent more officers. The chow hall manager, the main one that oversees everything, comes over there and chewing the lady out. Now you got the higher ups. That's a lot of chicken that's missing. That's gonna put a dent in their budget. Not to know budget cuts are coming, but we've already got a budget now. A bunch of chicken missing. This is unacceptable. Why y'all ain't doing those jobs? They keep us all in the chow hall until this whole thing is ironed out. Everybody's fed. Dudes get back, man, who took that much chicken? Who took that much chicken, man? That's crazy. Y'all did that. Y'all did that. Wasn't dude constantly back. It's crazy. Y'all took the sardines. Like, if y'all got a problem with it, do something. I took the chicken, took the whole pan of that shit, and dumped it right in the trash. And threw more trash right on top of it. Poured juice on top of it. Yeah, dumped the whole pan of chicken right in the trash. If I can't eat, can't nobody eat. Y'all think y'all gonna sell my stuff and sell your stuff? Nah. Don't touch mine. And you know what they did? Nothing. This dude stood there. Wow, put it down. Touch on me? Nothing. All that noise. Nothing. Now I've been in here long enough to know this ain't over. Why is it not over? You got a whole lot of inmates mad about this whole stealing ordeal. They would already get mad at the past dudes to steal the big bags of juice. Now these dudes are getting watered down juice instead of being 2 pouches poured in the cooler. It's one and that stuff is terrible. It's not mixed right. So the inmates were already mad. Not to mention, there's no longer 3 guys in this ordeal. There's just
There's a rhythm that picks up when life slows down. When you have ATTR cardiac anomalies, there's still
one. One got locked up in the back, one the other flipped out when they took his tray. Why y'all taking my tray? Man, I need to eat, He was being greedy. And he was responsible for stealing. They found your bag, you had hidden. You wanted to play stupid, you got locked up. Now there's one dude left, they sent him back. Now the guys know who the chicken thieves are. They're the same guys that come back every time we have chicken, selling chicken. So the couple of dudes that were known for doing that got pressed on. But I thought the situation was dead. The Muslim dude, the one dude that was left, nah, far from dead. They live in the same exact crime, which means their cells are in the same house, which means they walk out the cell, they see each other. They share the same showers, the same phones, the same microwave. They interact on a day-to-day basis. We go to work that night, what's the people? Tell me what happened in the chow hall. What happened in the chow hall? What you mean? Big Muslim dude came back, and a couple other Muslims come over, and big dude ended up trashing out the dude that little chicken thief dude, and they smashed that dude in the cell. Just some other dudes was ready to smash it. The Muslims was ready to smash them, and it was just a big ass thing in the pot of this big ordeal over it. What happened? Old boy got greedy. Stole that man's sardines. So that man dumped out a whole entire man of chicken. Yeah, it always. It's not always what you see or what you don't see. And I'll leave it with that. The sardine and chicken place, the chow hall, hustle, the chow hall, boy. There were so many incidents that popped off in the chow hall. I wanted to get into 2 different stories today. Chelsea, I'm very descriptive when it comes to my videos. I put a lot of thought, a lot of memory, a lot of my past, a lot of my history into my videos, so they run a little long. If I was to do a part 2 right now, it's 50-minute, almost hour-long video. Y'all know y'all got lunch break, so I gotta keep it under 30. Ain't nobody watching no hour-long video. I know some of y'all will, but most of y'all aren't going to. So I want to give y'all a quick little update. Been telling y'all for the longest and trying to get into true crime. That's what I've been doing the past week. Looking into cases, pulling up case logs, pulling up true events, pictures, dates, all the things that make a journalism type story what it is. Started doing the videos and I realized something. I've done these type of videos in the past. I'm really good at it. I'm good at storytelling, but I'm even better at the crime journalism. Bringing y'all modern day crimes with my spin on it, my opinion on it, and then the facts. That's coming soon. Time for me to get up out of here. Get away from this prison content. I will still twist my past into what I think about, what's going on, the stories I talk about. Maybe even twist something I know to be true from my past into what's going on. As far as the whole prison thing, I'm tired of it. Not that I'm tired of telling stories, not that I'm running out of stories, none of that. Just one of my viewers said it. They said, Jay, we're telling prison stories every day. It's got to put you back in prison. It's got to make you feel like you're locked up. And it does. I don't want to feel like that. That's not my life. It's not the life I live. I go to these recovery meetings once a week. I will always be an addict. I'll always be an alcoholic. I'll always be an addict. So once a week I go to these meetings. Several times a week I go to insurance screenings. I do all the things to make myself a better person. Church on Sundays, basketball with my son on Thursdays, practicing throughout the week, especially on the weekends. I spend so much time playing basketball with Secure, you wouldn't even believe it. But I do want to get away from the prison stuff because of the overall effect it has. Like the psyche. We talk about bad things all day and things just kind of rattle around your head. At the beginning, it's therapeutic. I think that therapy's a real sport. I really do. I got what I needed to get out of it. I helped hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. So it's time that we level up. See y'all. But anyway, these jails, these prisons, these chow halls, these chicken feeds, this crazy world, it's not a only crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to keep y'all in the zone. But you know what I'm saying? And like always, this is Jay Williams' life to all my reels and all our reels watching. Y'all still watching me. And so,
Commercial Audible. More choices, more value, and more ways to find the perfect ride. With 21 top brands and award-winning dealers, there's more to discover in one place. Take advantage of even more savings during our Memorial Day sales event. The Rosewood Audible, driven to be the best.
So in previous videos, we talked about just what is PKI in general, how all the components might work together. Now we're just going to talk about revocation, and we're going to talk about OCSP specifically. So OCSP stands for Online Certificate.
Discretion is advised.
you want to say what's up to everybody? Say good morning. So let's live life. Make some money. Plays a big part in why we did yesterday's video. So the beginning of this is a little longer than usual because I have to break down yesterday for y'all and some current things. Going down the interstate, I'm gonna go to Wayne Golf Prison, talking to him on the phone, on the day, just rolling in the Hummer, headed to the job, which this job happens to be an hour away from our shop, so that's playing a major part of the also there's so much my business been driving. We go to the job, we get material, yada yada yada. So as I'm going down the interstate, there's a tractor trailer in front of me. Have you ever seen something coming at you on the road before you notice what it is, you went over it? That's what happened. The tractor trailer goes, he's sitting in front of me, he'll drive in front of me, and I'm behind him. I'm not up on his ass or nothing, I'm just following him, just in the traffic. I don't know if he ran over something came off his truck, whatever it was, something comes tumbling from the back of his truck. As I see it, it's too late to swerve. He goes up in the undercarriage, boom, you're out thumping on the bottom of the truck, right? I don't think much of it, because y'all probably thinking what I'm thinking. It's a Hummer, who cares? It ain't gonna hurt nothing. Didn't hit the body again, there'll be so much damage. With the undercarriage. Yeah, never works out like that. So me and Jacob were talking, he's currently at River North, talking about his upcoming lawyer hearing, everything going with his lawyer, getting a lawyer straight point and all that, taking care of him, so we have the right lawyer trying to get him out of prison. Back to 22 years, 36 years sentence, man, and 19, he's now 41, he's 42 years old. And my truck starts rumbling. I mean, it's rumbling hard. I can change the console, the doors are squeaking, my steering wheel's rumbling, vibrating. I'm thinking, all right, they're doing road work. That's why my truck's rumbling. I was wrong. Lord knows I was wrong. I told him, I said, yo, man, Look up my side mirror, see smoke coming out the back of my truck. Damn, I think I blew a tire, man. You got to hold on a second. So I get to looking and I see more smoke. I said, matter of fact, man, you got to call me back. And I think I got a flat tire. So something came off a truck I hit a couple minutes ago. And from the smoke, out from the vibration, you think I got a flat tire and now I'm just burning rubber, right? I pull over on the shoulder of this interstate and there's barely enough room for me to get off road. You understand what? I'm hugging the line so close that I gotta wait for all the cars to the pass before I can hop out real quick and get around to the passenger side of the truck. I make my way around and I look at all four tires. And the tires pop. I touch the inside of the tires, they're not warm. Ain't no wires hanging out, so the tires aren't rubbing. I was like, no, what's that vibration? Where's that smoke coming from? I look underneath my truck, I see fluids dripping. So, man. I go to the back of my truck, I look, and the whole back, like the hatch of my truck is covered in fluids. The back wheels are covered in fluids. The back sides of my truck are covered in fluids. Whatever hit the bottom of my truck is broke on. Can't sit on the side of the interstate trying to figure this out. Wait for a truck to come by in a second and just erase the J with it because they're right off the map. It's not a safe spot. So I get on my Tony Montana stuff, you know. Push it to the limit, jump in the truck, take off. Then about another 2-3 miles to the next exit, over this bridge. I get off of Patterson Avenue, go to a little gas station, a little Shell station. So I let go. I called Sean to come get me, Sean Brendel, my foreman, also a good friend of mine, a lifelong friend. Great work, shout out to you, Sean Brendel. Sean True Love. He shows up there and I'm like, man, something's broken in the truck. I don't know what it is, what fluid is going on, we'll figure it out. Right? We get to look at my transmission strap. Whatever I ran over, down stuff, as it was bouncing down over it, and I get my transmission cracked.
Hotels.com is where you go to choose from hundreds of thousands of hotels and removals on a good stay. It's exactly what it sounds like. Unlike chicken fingers, which are not what they sound like. Hotels.com, it's all in the name.
I try to get people to understand what my limitations are with my ADHD. And one of the biggest problems that goes out growing up is she would say,
My transmission. So I called a tow truck. Came, got my truck, loaded it up. It was a couple hours we got there. Took my truck to the house. In the meantime, I had Sean take me back to the house, and I picked up the Charger. So we're gonna be in the Charger until the truck is fixed. At first, I was freaking out, thinking about how much money this is gonna cost, because y'all know, dealing with a transmission, it can be anywhere from $3,000 up to $10,000, depending on what you're driving. I called around several places, and where I called it's anywhere between $6 to $8,000 for what's going on. Okay? That's just a guesstimate. That's a lot of money from my pocket. Here's where being a responsible grown-up comes into play. I have full coverage, comprehensive collision, all that stuff, with all of my vehicles. Called my insurance company, told them everything that happened. Thank God the truck was covered. I had to pay a $500 deductible. The truck is going to a shop either today or Monday, but my regular gonna get it to my house and take it to a repair shop not far from my house, 30 miles. And then we're gonna go from there. But anyways, there's more. I was in the middle of making yesterday's video, and I've been talking to a guy from Sacramento, California, another YouTuber named Dirty Weather 916. And I make sure that I have conversations with people and know why people were locked up, the backdrop, the backstory at people before I even have a second conversation with them. Just because you can quickly be judged or associated in a negative manner because of what the next man has done. After we talked, we both come to a term of fact, and neither one of us got no crazy charges. I'm almost like cultivating subs. I would have been exposed. I don't have no fraudulent charges or no fraudulent. Neither does Dirty Weather, right? So I'm in the middle of making my video yesterday. He calls me and he said, look, I got the bakery coming on at 10 o'clock. And the bakery is a live session that he does. But pretty much different dudes come on and they just chop it up. I said, word? Like, come on, you know, well, I'm thinking I need to do my video for my people. But at the same time, Jay shows some love. It's not a bad thing to get out there and network, deal with other guys. You know, we just start doing a program. It shows the people that watch, sub, community, that not all of us are people. We can get along. So when I'm there, chopped it up with him. Shout out to Dirty Weather 916. I'm gonna put a link in today's video for, you know, where that video can be found. Is actually on his girl's page, Trina 916. Looking in the title for the description for the video. Also put a link to Dirty Weather 916. Make sure you go check that brother out, subscribe. He got struck down on the copyright thing right now, so he's in timeout. So he can't post his videos to his currently, can't post to his channel to his currently posted to his girls. Now before we move forward with me, and I know this is a long intro, but I have to get into this. Before we move forward into me dealing with other YouTubers and other guys, I want to make something clear to y'all real quick. If you don't like somebody, that's fine. This man I know, and this man don't like each other, that's fine. Unless I have an issue with one or two of my own, I don't pick sides in that. So if you see me on camera with somebody, for whatever reason you don't like them, or somebody you watch doesn't like them, always remember, that's between them. That has nothing to do with you, that has nothing to do with me. So us real ones, we can keep it moving. Met a bunch of different cool dudes yesterday during that live. Shout out Texas for the Stories, Tom Snow. Got to know them a little bit, chopping up with them. They go 916. Dirt, all the different dudes, man. It was cool to say the least, man. One of the first times I went there.
Something that used to terrify me in my business was doing content. So now I do Zero. It generates a lot of reports that help me make sound decisions.
Somebody else's channel, not the first time, but one of the first times that I went on somebody else's channel and did something. It's definitely the first time I've sat down on camera and talked to that in a live. I enjoyed it. I look forward to doing more of it. Might have more dudes on my channel. I would do the same. So after that 7-minute 47-second intro, let's get into the reason for today's video. Scariest thing I saw while incarcerated. This was more along the lines of one of those things I seen the aftermath of. I heard every single part of it. But that's what makes it so scary. It's in the moments that you hear something like this going on and you just feel completely helpless or defenseless, or you just want to cover your ears so you can't just take place. That's what we're going to get into today. Scary stuff I dealt with while locked up. I've not seen it. I've not lived it. So much. Now keep an open mind with today's story. And why things happen the way they happen. Why somebody else who feels their place. Also keep in mind this is 20 plus years ago. It's actually happened. So let's take that trip down that road. Philadelphia, PA, city of brotherly love, city of brotherly slugs, a place where a lot of people don't go on vacation. Just keep it fun, keep it real. Philly's not a place you're gonna go on vacation. Philly's a place you really don't go. You know something. Dudes don't just go to Philly and just walk around the streets. Unless they're going there to try to get high or campus or something. For the most part, we don't just go to Philly. I'm out there, I get jammed up, I get something happens, a lot of warners. They get me, they run my name, it's back, they got warrants. Back into the lockup. I start off in the district, go from there. Back to CSC, as I've talked about before. From there, I go next door to House Corrections. The House Corrections is now shut down, thank God. Very, very old. Very old jail, old prison. And it was built by Quakers. And Quakers at the time, the guys that built this place, were short. So the cell doors that you go in are very short. You actually have to duck down to keep hitting your head where the top of the door is. I'm 5'9", 5'10", compared to 10 and I gotta duck down to get inside the cell. There's paint peeling everywhere, all around. Constantly smells like old, like old mop. So that's just a smell. It's a long tier, straight down, maybe 100 feet. 10-foot wide. Cells on both sides. Little tables in the middle. Showers all the way at the front. The guard desk all the way at the front. TV about halfway down the tier. And we got a lot of different dudes in there this time. A lot of dudes with, to say the least, violent charges. We got a lot of dudes that have been there for a while. Waiting to be shipped off to prison, or go to receive and can't bill. You got guys with steadily fight cases. You got guys that are coming and going. Guys getting out on bail, new guys coming in, guys going to prison, new guys coming in. So it's constantly rotating, but you got a certain select few of us that have been there quite a while. We ain't going anywhere to this local. We don't have to go. I didn't have to go. We get a new guy in. This is a young guy, man. Maybe 20, 21 years old. Little street dude. Not loud. Don't do a whole lot. Got some little bullshit tattoos on you see got over time. Nothing to brag about, like blood work. And he starts off up selling up the front, like cell 3. A couple cells on 45 walls. Duty's in the cell with that for a couple days. And I get to the story, I'm gonna assume that's why he keeps him out there. Realize. Duty's in the cell with for a couple days, kicks him out of the cell. You say, I'm gonna kick somebody out your cell. This ain't your home. That cell is your home. And you're not gonna sell up and live with nobody you can't stay. 3 cells down from me, there's a dude that's probably pushing 50 years old. Maybe 47, 48, 50 of those. I know for a fact, I know the nigga's name, everything, but I'm not gonna speak on his name.
With an Albany child, just frustrates me.
Yeah, we can tell them.
The man was getting ready to do his 3rd prison. Career criminal. At his first bid, early on in life as a juvenile, was murder charge. Got out on that, and it wasn't just a blatant murder. It was one of the things where him and somebody else had beef. His crew and their crew were going at it. They got to popping shots back and forth, and he killed one of the dudes. So he went away from that at a young age. He came back, got caught up in a robbery, home invasion, abduction, kidnapping. Went away for that, and now was back in on some guns, drug charges, and a robbery charge. Waiting to go to prison. That's the guy they insist on putting this young back. So this is a man that has been in prison since prison was Prison's no playground today. But in the years he was in prison was no playground. Prison was a place that you died real good. You dumped yourself. Prison rape was real rampant at this point because homosexuality hadn't yet come to light like that. It hadn't been as accepted as it is in today's world. So men were seen that they wanted to take men, but I hope and fighting for themselves. I'm going to take the change right. But the young people said with this man was extremely violent. Most people on the theater tried to avoid him when it came to any type of violence, any sort of violence, just because of his record and what was wrong. A couple other dudes had moved from the streets. I would tell stories that he wasn't around about things that he did that he wasn't locked up for to let you know I trust him to kill him. Same dudes can argue with you that he's a dangerous. This is a man who will take your ass up and out of it. Probably go in prison for the rest of his life for charges that time. On his third trip back, he would have got much to do. Goes on in, puts his stuff up, everything seems kosher. Now, duties in the cell, what I told you, got my own backdrop on. You don't do a whole lot of talking. It's always kind of got that face that always times tells you don't mess with. You only sitting out there watching TV. Just got that resting bitch face, like. And when the young dude gets arguing in front of us all one day, after we're getting ready to lock down, the day that everything happened. And he's telling the young dude, I guess he was in there using the bathroom and had the door shut, the young dude got the door open, everybody seen him sitting on the toilet. So we got all pissed off about this. We got no respect, we check to make sure somebody gets the bathroom. You open the door, just open the door, everybody just, I'm sitting there shitting, everybody seeing me. Like, ain't got no sense. Why they always do these little punks in the cell? Young dudes just standing, I was saying. So I'm taking it, like, no, this ain't good. It only gets worse. Later that night, I'm dead asleep, passed out on my phone, and fell on the slab, passed out on my mat, and I hear it yelling, and it's quiet, too, dead quiet. So any little noises are gonna wake you up. You're used to hearing, child, count time. So whenever you hear loud noises in the night, you're automatically programmed to wake up and look around. I hear yelling. Gotta be about 2:33 o'clock. I realized real quick, it's the old head. I ain't talking old head. This dude down there that's looking at all these crazy charges and robberies and stuff. Snapping on that young boy that came from the real night. And I hear him telling me, you think the motherfucker don't know what you ain't here for. You think we don't know you ain't here for fucking with those kids. Yeah, you got the right one now. They put you in the right one. They put you in the right one. Like, they put you in the cell, Mr. Don't Give a Fuck. How'd you like this? Somebody did something like that to you? It's the first time I ever really hear this dude speak, other than when he was telling the guards to move him, and a little bit of arguing he did that day. I'm just telling the dude, I guess he's a film. I don't know what you're talking about, blah, blah, blah. It's a bunch of bullshit. Dude's not trying to hear nothing he's got to say. If you're basing up on, you better sit your little punk ass down, so now you're assuming the dude stood up or whatever. He's like, oh, you really want to do it? And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the talking stops and you hear him go to straight fighting. I just woke up out of my sleep to this chaos, to this yelling, to these two going back and forth, and now they're down there fighting. It does not take a man with a brain to understand. The dude is going to do whatever he wants to do to a young boy down in that cell. The young boy can't defend himself. That young boy got snowballs cheating from elegance. This man is a savage. I don't care what this dude did on the streets, if he took pistols, he had bodies, whatever. But, you know, like I told you, everybody's a gangster till the gangster shows up. Everybody's a killer till the killer shows up. This man was a killer. This man was a gangster. He was the definition of a convict, a And some of you have no problem, no type of smoke with no pressure. We hear it go to the fight, straight from the man getting ready to say something. Do. And he's down there, he's going down. You hear the sounds of their feet hitting the floor. I don't get them sneaking in Cheryl Street. You hear pop. Them tussling back and forth. You hear them slamming this young boy all over the room. And this goes on for upwards of probably 2 minutes. 2 minutes, you say that's not long. 2 minutes is a lifetime. When you are fighting for your life, you're fighting somebody in general in a closed, confined space like that. 2 minutes feels like a time.
Booking.com has all kinds of things. Because a romantic hotel works for some, but not others. Find exactly what you're looking for. Booking.com, booking.eu.
Parenting these days is overwhelming. Hey, Dad, I think you know my son expects lunch. Really? Kids, career, former co-stars who text all the time.
It stopped for a second and I hit him. All right, man. You got it, man. You got it. What you mean I got it? Shit ain't over, shit ain't sweet. You think shit's sweet. This is when I do that for take a turn for ball, footballs. This is when that feeling I told you about the other day set in. That sickening feeling in your stomach. That sweaty, pasty feeling in your body. That feeling of confusion or is this a dream? This can't be real. That feeling of God, I just want to go home. I miss my family. I'm sorry. That feeling of real fear kicks in. And I wasn't even dealing with it. I wasn't in that cell. I went someplace else. Shook me. Cut through me. Like against me. I could feel it cut the atmosphere of my soul as it was taking place. He was telling me, all right, man, you got it, it's over. And the fight stops, and he was telling me, what the fuck you mean it's over? Ain't shit, it's over. And I see it's over. And see how you like the little shit, you know? See how you like to do to little bitch? Come in. And we're here now, just went from fighting to more or less squirming. A dude trying to get away from me. And the young dude, what are you doing, man? Hey, stop, man. Hey, CO, help me. Help. He starts screaming for help. And then goes from screaming for help to like screaming bloody murder. And you hear the dude's got his hand over the young boy's mouth. He's trying to muffle him. Tell him, fucking shut up, bitch. Take it. The boy's screaming and whining at the same time. This will take place for a while. This is an ordeal that it felt like an eternity. It may have only been 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes, but in my mind, the scream still echo, and everything that I heard that night still plays over so vividly. It was clear. It was something you'll never see. For minutes and minutes and minutes, this young boy was screaming and crying. You hear him say, shut the fuck up, man. He can't pull his hand away from his mouth. Smack him or hit him. And you hear the young boy moaning and crying and screaming. This is too graphic, this is too graphic. Eventually it stops. And you can still hear the boy. You don't hear the man saying that no more. You don't hear no tussling no more. You just hear this sob coming from you like that. Like a grown man crying himself to sleep over his first part of it. The first time somebody broke your heart, it's screwed. You got one by your parents. Do that. That's all we heard. And I'm standing at my door looking out at the dude in the cell across from me. And as all this was taking place, neither one of us made eye contact with me. Looking down, looking side to side, but now they're looking into each other's face. Just what everybody's waiting at this point, we're all hearing. What have I got myself into? Lord, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Next morning rolls around, they do count, and they do chow. And I don't know what I expect. Not to go down there. I don't live down there, so I have no reason down there. In jail, ain't in prison, you don't look at the next man's cell. Look at the next man's cell if you're going to walk in somebody's house. You don't look at it. You got nothing in there that belongs to you in there. You ain't got a home right there. You got no purpose to understand. I expected this to reach the guards next year. This is something they have to act on. This isn't just a fight taking place. Something's got to be done. I more or less thought it would be the young dude that we could tell. Or maybe somebody else, even though snitching is not a real common thing for the drug field. It would get you hurt real fast from telling or talking to the next one. Nobody told our line to this. So all of us are going to eat breakfast, come out of our cells, get our trays, sit down and start eating. And it's just an awkward silence after a night like that takes place. There's just dudes more or less just eating their food, just waking up, trying to still process the stuff they heard the other night. More or less not going through no routine. You don't hear anybody laughing, nobody joking, nobody speaking. And the dude that did this is sitting at one of the tables, just eating his tray. Like it's another one. Like we didn't all hear this. Like everybody doesn't know what he did in the middle of the night last night. Young boy ain't came out of the cell. He's still in the cell.
For whatever life throws at you, get coverage confidence with AAA Insurance.
The power to save lives is within you. Donate plasma and get paid for your time.
We all finish, take the trays up to the front, collect the trays, take the trays off. Old dude goes in his cell. A little while later, maybe around 10:30 in the morning, he goes up to the front and tells me, y'all gonna need to get medical up here, get that little piece of shit out of my cell, take him up out of it. I know y'all probably gonna lock me up, so I've already got my shit back and ready to go. There was a younger guard on that day. He was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, I messed a little young boy up, a little sex offender who dropped on the cell with me last night. Yeah, I put him through the ring. I did it. Probably never going home. Some shit don't matter. Y'all need to come get him out my cell. He can lay up in the cell bleeding all day, stinking like he stinks. Y'all need to come get him and I'll get him yesterday. Y'all can take me up out of here too. Do whatever you gotta do. What y'all need to do is get him out of the cell. Fuck it, that man. Something else to him. I don't want to go in that cell. You could have seen the look on the guard's face. The guard probably never in his life. I've never seen anybody go to anybody with that one to a guard and say, hey, I just committed a very heinous crime. There's a man down there bleeding from places he shouldn't be bleeding from. That needs medical attention. Y'all can go in and lock you up, custody charge, whatever. I don't get it. Exactly. Sum it up what he told me. He tells him, hold on, I need to call some more people. So he calls in some more guards. They come in, the guard tells him, tell him what you told me. He starts talking to him. The one man is more or less in charge of everybody. I ask him, what cell you sleep in? And he tells him, the guy goes ahead, walks down the tier to the cell while he's standing there telling these guards, quite a few, 4 or 5 of them, the same thing he just told the first guard. Like I said, there's not a lot of space in this spot. Maybe a 10-foot space with desks in there right in front of the bars. I hear the guy at the back, I'm sitting at the, towards the front talking to my homeboys. Like I said, it's like 1 in the morning. And when this dude started talking, he got quiet. Not if everybody gets nosy, just stay alert, just shut up. Just see what's going on. I watch him interacting with the guards up there. The one guard that's in charge of everybody walks by me. Goes back to the cell, check on this young man. Tells the other guards, lock him up, put him in handcuffs, call medical. I'm not talking much. So they put him in handcuffs, let him up out. Medical staff comes running in, a bunch of more guards come running in. By now they told us all locked down, get in our cells, we gotta go back in our cells. And me and my cellie, we're both standing at the door, looking out. Everybody on tears standing at the door looking out. Got my face here, my study's face below me. We're both looking out the door, seeing what's going on. We see him help the young man walk about the pod, and they've done their best to dress him, and they let him off with his limp. His face was all knotted up, he was bruised and beat up, and he had the most terrible walkers. They're walking about, they're just making all these noises of agony and still crying as they were leading him off the cell block down into the right. So they tell the guard up front, keep that cell door locked. Don't let anybody go in that cell. If you open that cell, you will be fired. You understand? By no means is anything we touched in there. It's a crime scene. You leave it as it is. Okay, I'm not going. No, so they leave out. We start yelling, hey, open the doors, man. What y'all got us locked in for? Y'all handle that shit. Open the door, let us out. They lock the cell. Now we're all curious as to what transpired in this cell. We know what transpired. We heard the noises, the blocks, the moans, the crying, the punching. We go down to the cell, and at first there's so many dudes, I know what they see before I even get there, because they're all talking about it. Oh, you see that? Oh, that's disgusting. I can't. Oh, hell no. Dude, it's wild. You're going crazy, right? So I heard everything before I actually got a chance to go to the cell. The crowd kind of splits up. People walk off. Like, yo, that shit's wild. Sound like crazy. I can't believe this dude straight from me. A real savage. I look in the cell and there's blood all over the floor. There's human waste on the floor, smeared with blood, fucking get violated, young man. Sense of pleasure, or whatever you want to call it. So we looked at the cell. Laying there on the floor, shampoo on it, Heal 5 shampoo on it. It didn't have much shampoo right there. It had a whole lot of other stuff in it that belonged inside.
QuickMD connects patients with a doctor online for opioid use disorder. Start medication-assisted treatment backed by science. No judgment, no stigma, and no insurance is required. Take control and talk to a doctor today at quick.md.
It's just like a very cool way to process extremely quickly. If I go here and Figma, I just have this design here that I put together. I can just take the link, I can copy the selection, and then I can go into FedEx and I can just pick.
The man, boy, stripped his clothes off and violated the shit. Held him on the floor and just did what he wanted to. I know for some people this is probably hard to listen to. It wasn't the easiest story in the world for me to tell. I don't enjoy telling stories like this. But I hope that will scare someone straight in the white years. Keep on you little young. Dudes or females and going down the wrong road. Never happened to experience something. When I looked in the cell that day and seen, I wasn't ready. Like, it churned my stomach once again without me showing anybody. It scared the hell out of me. Bottom line is, you end up in the cell with somebody crazy like that that wants to do something to you. They want to do it. That was a perfect example. That boy fought everything he had. At the end of the day, the fight wasn't enough. The man went ahead and did what he wanted to do. But I felt what I heard that night, and it'll forever stay stuck inside me. It'll forever be a part of my life. Now, I don't condone sexual misconduct, child abuse, anybody violating anybody else. I don't condone what the young boys accused of doing when it comes to children. I don't think there's any place in the world for somebody that would hurt a child like that or do something to a child like that. You don't deserve to exist and be in the same area as everybody else. The man that did that to him, I don't know if he had ever suffered any type of trauma. But maybe somebody did something to him when he was a kid, who knows? But for whatever reason, he decided to take it to a point I'd only seen it taken to a handful of times in all my years of doing time. That by far scared me to the depths of what scared can be. Not because I was scared of him, not because I was scared of him doing anything to me. When you sit by and you listen to something like that, you don't assume what's going on, but you know what's going on. It's terrifying. It's terrifying to hear another grown man crying, screaming, and begging. It just puts a knot in your stomach that as you're listening, you're visibly shaking. And if it doesn't shake you or scare you or bother you, there's something deep down inside you that is really wrong. That's one of the things that nightmares are made of. One of the things that I had to listen to, deal with at a young age. One of the things you think that would have scared you straight, kept you from never coming back, what it did, at least my opinion, for the most part, what I think out of it. Because honestly, it doesn't matter what I think. All that matters is what happened. What I do think is that dealing with something like that, hearing that, being there for that whole world, definitely falls in the category. Things that scare me. Don't know if y'all enjoyed today's story. I know it's graphic, it's a lot to deal with, but I hope that you stuck around for it and somebody is going to listen, and that what took place that day, and with me retelling what took place that day, that night, it'll save somebody from ever having to hear it, having to be around it, and especially becoming that person. So on a better note, it is Friday. Hey day. You know I got to get this Monday. You know I gotta get the guys paid. Hopefully we're done with this house soon. Long drive stop, everything ends well with the Hummer. I'm doing some more stuff with Dirty Weather now, so y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to Dirty Weather 916. Check out Dreamer's channel. I'm pretty sure that's what he's going to be posting from for the time being. So if you want to catch it as it goes up and know about it. I need y'all to jump over on Dreamer's channel and subscribe. That way y'all can catch him. Check out Nate Dogg 916. Texas Prison Stories and Tim Snow. Check these stories out, man. Let's do some networking. So anyways, these jails, institutions, detention centers, prison, they're all just crazy worlds inside of this already crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to keep you entertained. Are you not entertained? And like always, this is Jay Williams. That's the life to all my real ones and the partial real ones watching. Because y'all still watching.
Well, it's the typical five guys walk into a bar story. It's all of us physicians, all of us working on C up for research. We walked out there, and somebody said, "Oh, there's a guy who's sniffing," and it was William. And I'm like,
my name's William II. I'm a poster fellow at the Iowa Writers Workshop, and I have cystic fibrosis. So my version of the evening, I came to Dublin because I ran into the interior, and all these guys walked down And I don't pay them any attention. They're talking to Greg, my friend Eva, the bartender, and he goes, Will has CS. And my first thought was, why are you telling a bunch of men that I'm not the disease, like what is happening? And Greg explains that Dr. Walsh is the reason why all this research has like come to fruition and the work that he's done on the side. I remember you were like, what are you taking? And that's all you said. And I knew that he was talking about the drug. And meeting you all, it was so special to me because there got to be like a connection between what happened in my life and the drug and someone whose hands worked on it. And I think you cried. I think there was tears.
Tuesday, December 5th. Let's go. You see this is 6th, 7th, 8th, or maybe even January. Just make sure you catch it on the day it came out. Man, y'all know this. Jay Williams runs for life. Huh? Double trouble. Dealing with twins. You might not believe this. I've seen twins on more than one occasion. I don't know if it's just coincidence or I've done too much damn time. But I can remember doing time with twins for late night. In the jail, there was a set of twins. At one point in the detention center, we had a set of twins. Actually, 2 different jails I've been in. One jail had 2 sets of twins. Another jail I was in, it was a set of twins. Now, the 2 sets that were in the jail, that wasn't at the same time. I did run across 2 sets of twins in that jail throughout these days. And then in prison, there was 2 different occasions where I come across twins. Now, the ones I'm going to talk about today, I knew a little bit more about than I wanted to know about. It wasn't like I chose that. I was in jail with guys. Their case was all over the jail. Their case was everywhere. Now, at first, we dealt with the one because they had kept separate. But then their case got underway and got sentenced. It was no longer a matter of keeping them separate because, well, nothing they can say or do is going to interfere with the case. They can't get their stories together, so they came together. Oh, what a difference it makes when a man's got a twin and that brother shows up. The story I got for you today is different than a lot of my stories. I'm sure a lot of people can relate, but it's a good story altogether. Jason and Jadian. There was Jadian. There was one brother, Jason, J-A-Y-S-O-N. Jadian, J-A-Y-D-O-N-T-E-O-N. I don't know anything. That's what his name. By themselves, they were high groups. Put them both together, total trouble. You put them both together, a bad day for you. You get to sell one of them, everything's fine. You can argue with him, that might be sweet money to rub, but brother ain't gonna feel the same way. He might not want to do anything, but brother might feel some type of way. So you ain't always just gotta look out for what this dude's got going on up here. You gotta worry about his alter ego, his twin, his better half, the one that looks just like him, just has different tattoos, and it's just a wee bit more violent. Yeah. Do a time with twins. You can catch him. Now, I'm not one that's big on banking. I was a teenager at one point. I'm not say I haven't done it. I don't agree. It's not something I would do again. But with these 2, if you catch a fair fight with one of them, you're real lucky. Because it was like almost any time you got into a one, boom, other would be there. Because they were brothers. And yes, I am a brother's keeper. They didn't look at it as banking. They looked at it as money by any means necessary. And I did that. With all that being said, you know how to see it. You know how to live it. So, just relive it.
With Google Play Games, you can play unlocked. Unlock bigger screens. Even better controls. All for the crown. Go play on mobile and PC with Google Play Games. Download now.
recently injured in a car accident? If so, you need to stop now and immediately call an experienced auto accident attorney. Look at this check for $237,000. This settlement and many others like it were payments our team of legal experts obtained for our clients. If you have not been in an auto accident, feel free to skip this video. We don't want to waste your time. But for those of you still watching, I'm going to share the best way for you to achieve the maximum settlement. The right attorney can help you get top compensation for your vehicle or property damage, medical bills, lost income, and pain and suffering. To obtain the most compensation for your car accident, we need to know if the accident was not your fault, if you were injured, and if the accident happened within the last 2 years. If this matches your circumstances and you have not spoken with an attorney, you need to call us now. Do not speak to insurance companies or the other party without legal guidance. Saying the wrong thing can absolutely destroy your case and reduce or even eliminate your settlement amount. Don't wait to contact us. The longer you wait, the less severe your case may appear. Eventually, the time to make a claim will vanish. You need to call us to get working on your case as soon as possible. Unfortunately, we've seen too many car accident victims attempt to settle cases on their own without the help of an experienced attorney. With no threat of a lawsuit or litigation, insurance companies make lowball offers and pretend like it's the best they can do. Do not make this mistake. You need the help from experienced attorneys at Find Legal to navigate the complexities of insurance law on your behalf. Great, you're saying, but how much will a personal injury attorney cost? This is a good question and the one everyone asks. Experienced personal injury attorneys work on what's called a contingency basis, meaning there's no payment up front. Our attorneys only receive compensation when they win your case for you. There are zero out-of-pocket costs. Our legal teams work for free until your case is won. To make things even easier, you can contact us any day of the week, any time of day. Here's a recent example of a settlement we received for our client, Kevin. He was rear-ended by a semi-truck that was following too closely on his way to work. After the accident, Kevin, like many of our clients, didn't feel severe pain until several days later. He began to feel discomfort in his neck and lower back, as well as aches from the seatbelt and airbag deployment. He was unable to work, needed a new car, needed compensation for lost income, and a substantial amount set aside for future, potential lifelong treatment for his injuries. The opposing party's insurance pressured Kevin to accept a $10,000 offer, as that was his car's value. However, they made no offer to remedy his injuries or the future pain and suffering he would experience. The settlement we obtained for Kevin after leaving a client, $450,000. We can help you put your life back together after an accident. Find Legal attorneys fight to get you the maximum compensation for your accident. Historical data has shown that auto accident victims that work with an attorney receive 3.5 times more in compensation than those without an attorney. A quick call with our legal intake team will get you talking with an attorney that specializes in auto accident cases. We're available 24/7, 365 days a year. Connect with us to have your legal questions answered and find out what your case is worth. When you've been in a car accident that wasn't your fault, you won't be suing the other person directly. You'll be going after their insurance company. The opposing party's insurance have their own legal teams whose sole purpose is to minimize the amount they will pay out for your accident. Without a legal professional working by your side, you'll be going up against legal insurance teams that have decades of experience settling cases for next to nothing. They'll try and make you doubt the merits of your own case and pressure you to accept the lowest compensation possible. They know you're going to have to pay something, but will employ tricks and games to minimize this amount. If you've received an offer from an insurance company to settle your accident claim, do not sign it before it's been reviewed by your own personal injury counsel. Once you accept an offer, you sign away your ability to make any future claims for compensation. A lot of times, victims walk away from car accidents thinking their injuries are not that severe. But after a few days, the pain slowly starts to build, eventually becoming unbearable. Many that hate doctor visits or don't have health insurance skip treatment altogether. Do not do this. Treatment for your injury as well as the medical documentation strengthens your case. If you've been injured, it's imperative that you contact us immediately. Our attorneys can guide you through the process of getting the right treatment for your injuries and even help you find the right doctors. Oftentimes, medical care can be a really simple process that gets you back on your feet quickly. But we also want to make sure a more serious injury isn't hiding beneath the surface. Reach out to us now so we can guide you on the path to full recovery and help you get compensation for your pain and suffering. So how much is your car accident piece worth? This is a great question, and one that's almost always asked by our clients. The amount of compensation you'll get from a car accident depends on several factors, including the severity of your injuries, the extent of the damages, the loss of income and future income, insurance coverage, and the circumstances surrounding the accident. If the accident resulted in serious injuries, such as broken bones, long-term treatment, or even permanent disability, the compensation would skyrocket. It's important to gather as much evidence as possible to build a compelling case and accurately determine the value of the claim. This is something you will need an expert team to help you with, and may include eyewitness statements, CCTV footage, dashcam footage, police reports, medical records, and other documentation. The compensation depends on the specific circumstances of each case and the experience of your legal team. It's imperative that you consult a qualified attorney who can help you navigate the legal process and maximize your recovery amount. So what I want you to do is click the link below and either call us directly or fill out the 15-second survey form. Our legal intake department will connect with you and get you working with a top auto accident attorney. Time is important. The longer you wait, the more your case value will shrink. Act now before your ability to make a claim completely disappears.
So upon getting to the jail, like a lot of guys who want to get outside, those jails don't have backyards, they have a regular area, which is usually, most places I've been, it's enclosed in concrete, and there's some form of cage above your head, concrete above your head, it's like a section cage around the top. CFC's got the cage around the top. House corrections, you can actually go outside. Our jail wasn't like that. Riverside, it's just a big concrete box with a basketball goal. There's cage all the way across town. It's way up there. You're not getting up there. That would be when I first met Jason. I hadn't met Jaden yet. I didn't even know there was one. But during that basketball game, this dude kept saying, man, if y'all would be doing all that fouling, my brother was out here, and we'd be winning. Y'all can't stop motor governments. Y'all trying to shut. He just kept running his mouth about how they was talking up on him on the court. He kept getting fouled. I mean, first of all, this is jail ball. Jail ball, prison ball. A lot of them, they're still called fouls, but a lot of the stuff's being thrown out the window, catch an elbow to the eye, usually turns into a fight. Dude was nice with basketball, so they kept doubling down and trying to stop and block his shots, like not letting you make shots, not letting you drive, all these things with Pistons do ball. So I'm on the sidelines. I'm not out there to play basketball. I don't know these dudes. I'm not about to get into that ball pit. These dudes, I don't know, and I ain't got nobody on my side. Some pop off, and both teams end up taking on me. I'm ready to see. Get to know some people before I get in the mix, right? Don't be stupid. Just run head first to the line. Jump out there if you want to. So I'm more or less observing. After the game, there's this big glass window. Right through that window, there's an officer's desk. On the other side of it is that pod, that pod, that pod. And guys will come out to the rec area and use sign language to communicate back and forth. So dude goes to the window and he's telling dude, get my brother, like he can read his lips. So they start throwing up different signs. Dude comes back. Universal language, hold on. There are a lot of different, we don't do all the sign language, like we basically do the alphabet and there's hold on, take care of it, punch him in his eye, just basic stuff. But his brother comes back. Now the thing with sign language is, most times the dudes are doing sign language, even though they're doing the sign language, they're still talking. So he's talking some, sign to the window, hey, what's up with you? Are you okay? What's up with the case? Like, but rather than just doing this with his hands, he's saying it out loud. He's talking to his brother. Dudes, there's also the girls wing over there, so you gotta be kind of careful where you step because these girls come out. Dudes be, it's just a lot, man. It's a whole bunch of men out here standing over in the corner, just come on down. But that's when I realized that his brother was across the way. And we were 5D, his brother was in 5B, if I'm correct. He'd go out there every day to talk to his brother. I get more ingrained in the pod. The thing I found out about this dude is he's got a mouth on him.
We need to increase the amount of the chef. Women just want to feel kind of like,
I think they don't tweet that.
yeah, so I'm in the middle of my day, like, so you can be with
You want to come?
women often charge out. Where the hell am I?
I know.
He wants to serve the weekend.
Oh, that was little Jimmy.
Wait, what's going on?
I'm getting a hand from LegalZoom for our will.
Let's just have AI.
And who's going to double check the AI? More AI? No lawyer to look at it to go, well, it works for us.
If AI can map the human genome, I think you can write away.
This is missing 401k and life insurance. It needs a lot of work.
See,
For an affordable, attorney-backed will or trust, visit LegalZoom.
He's quick to start running his mouth, but I haven't seen it go nowhere yet. I just see him get to arguing, poker table, over tongue, over pinochle. You name it, this dude just gets to arguing. You can't even play spades with him. You whooping him, you slamming the cards. Why you gotta slam the cards like that? Like, he's gonna get his feelings, but whenever it gets to the point where it's supposed to get physical, he kills it down. He lets it die down. I mean, you know, man, my brother was over there, and I knew it was always my brother. So, in a sense, he hyped his brother up. Now, their case was making big news all around the jail just because of the seriousness of it. They ain't taking the dude's life in the apartment complex. Some dude, the one brother, JD, we call him JD, so stop saying JD. One brother, JD, had beef with this dude in the apartment complex, sees him out there talking to a girl, comes out, old boy starts whooping on him, he goes back in the apartment, comes out with the bow, gets into it with the dude, the other brother comes out, Jason comes out, they start banging the dude. One thing leads to another. JD ends up taking the dude's life. Jason continues to kick on him, punch on him after he's already been popped ran out of the parking lot. They both go to jail. I don't know what the beef was. I heard a bunch of different stories. I heard it was over money. I heard it was over a girl. Then at one point I heard it was over a bad deal with a car. I don't know what the exact story on why they did what they did that day, what the beef was about. What I do know is JD's the one that took him about there, and Jason continued to whoop on the dude when he was on the ground. So let's fast forward. We're in the jail. This is why they're locked up. These are two black dudes. And at first looks at them, you would look at them and think they played some type of college ball. They both look just alike, except that one brother had like a half sleeve, but you could only see a little bit of it sticking out of his jumper. So when we ask people for some dude so much from his mouth, that's when we got the whole story of why he was in here, his 20 across the hall. I'm thinking, brother, I don't go to class and look at the city, it's his twin, but I find out it's his twin brother. Hear about the case, yada, 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 everybody's talking about it. They would go to court, he would come back and go on, he would talk about his case. Don't ever talk about your case to dudes in jail. There are dudes that are going to prison and 100% cash in when they get out of jail free card. Talk to your cellmate, you talk to this guy, that guy, this guy. These don't talk to anybody. You look real stupid in the face when they come to your cellmate and say, hey, you got court. What you got? I got court this morning too. You too. What you going to court for? You know? And then you stand over there prosecuting people. But anyways, dudes talking about the case. The one time we can hang out, if we got a family member or friends who knew in the jail, if y'all on the same wing, 5A, B, D, C was the whole, is church. Come Sunday, everybody goes to the gym meetings and go to church. You can interact with these from the pods or simply go to church. He goes to church and talks to his brother. Brother tells him, hey, tobacco is in the public. The dude ain't broken out yet. At this point, we still had dudes coming from prison. Dudes were smuggling tobacco into the jail from DOC. DOC, you can still smoke. So it tells him, you gotta do it hard. He's breaking it out little by little, but he's ain't broken it all out yet. He's just making it hard. They smoke it out the whole, but it smells like straight cigarettes in the parlor. But I'm gonna shoot some tobacco. It tells him to the guy that cleans out. Now we all go to the same visitation. Now this visitation room is glass, you sit on this little bench, people sit on the bench, pick up the phone, and there's plexiglass in front of you. Little cubicle sides on it, so on, from all the way down the line. But he tells him, I'm gonna give it to the dude that cleans up. He's gonna stash it, he's gonna go over there Thursday, this is where it'll be at. You already know this is gonna be bad. Now he was told a bunch of dudes, I have tobacco for sale. Once I go to VI Thursday, I'm gonna get him a cup. Wrap it up, man, I'll bring it back. He's made promises to all these different groups. He's trying to get a man like that. I mean, advance, man. I need to get home now. Like, he's telling me first come, first serve. You sure you don't have 100% of my happy. You're gonna leave me at some point on Thursday. He goes over there Thursday. There's no tobacco. Rushes out to the backyard the following morning, throwing up signs, let me know. No, he wasn't there. No. Oh no, it's not there. So dude goes to the guy who cleans up. This guy cleans the vegetation. He mops, he sweeps, he does all these little things, cleans the glass, wipes off the phones, wipes off the bitches from the dirty booties. He's the one that's supposed to get to the back. No, I put it there. And this dude don't have no money. He don't have nobody sitting with the money. He don't have no buy no tobacco. He gave the dude a little bit of tobacco for stashing it there. That dude was trying to man through that tobacco. So he feels like, all right, maybe the guards got it, maybe another inmate got it. Something happened. So the brother was supposed to sell tobacco. Gets wind that this dude is still smoking. Way past the date he should be smoking on. Everything he gave him is been gone, but he still continues to smoke. Runs up in the cell, presses on him. He don't say nothing, denies it all. Presses on the cell, which is small, he might give me something. What's something? Yeah. He spills the beans. Yeah, he had a sack. Yeah, he had a sack. Told him.
The moment I saw Relay and what it was capable of is the moment that I knew it was something that
It's really helped reduce stress, and it's helped organize my brain. It's given me in real time feedback on the financial health of the business.
Your beloved pet is suddenly missing. Luckily, you have Amplify Wireless, letting you chase down leads without losing focus or connectivity. And in the end, you find yourself seeing how the turtle covers so much ground.
Now, prior to us finding out that the dude that stole the sack, prior to anybody finding out the dude that stole the sack, JD told Jason, he said, look, just come to church. I'll bring it to you Sunday at church. Don't worry about it. Don't trip. Tell everybody, hold off. I got you. I'll get small. I'll bring it to you to church. So he has to now go tell all these dudes. He's telling the dudes, man, look, hey, I don't know. He said, he's not there. It's missing. I don't know. My mother said he put it there, but he's going to bring me some Sunday. I still got your commissary. You want the commissary back? Come get it, and I'll lock somebody else in. If not, just hold off 3 more days, and I'll give it to you Sunday. I expect the dudes won't fight. Sometimes you got to use common sense and ask yourself, is he telling the truth? Is he running a game? That's way too many dudes to run a game. Nobody's going to try to run a game on that many guys and not check in. Guys will run game and trick everybody, but they're going to check them off the pod, and check in, and go to the hole, and get away from that massive ass we're about to get. This is Jason that guy, and they told him it wasn't there. But the guard got it, somebody else got it, another pod came over, they found it. I don't know. My brother's bringing it Sunday, and I'll break it on Sunday. Sunday never gets there. JD ends up beating up the dude that cleans upstairs, punishes this dude, smashes him, and ends up having to go to court for the hole. You don't know what going to court for the hole is like. It's bad. You're in the hole, you don't get the shave. They're not bringing you no razor. They're gonna come, put you in the black box, handcuffs, shackles around your ankles, and take you to court. So that Sunday rolls around it. Brother ain't in church. He's done gone to the glass sometimes and they told him, you got the rumbling. The dude sweeps the floor, take him up out of here, he's in the hole, gone. So now he's got to tell these dudes, hey, take your commissary back. Rule number 1, don't spend something. The commissary, don't eat it, don't use it, don't do anything with it until you pay these guys, because if something should happen, and if something usually does happen, will happen, can happen, you don't want to be able to get that money back. That commissary is. So he just tells the dude, my brother caught the dude that stole the tobacco, he beat him up, they shot something back. Ain't nothing I can do about it. Another dude crossed the way, try to get him. By now, dude just like, man, we ain't going for that. Get my stuff back. Bad business. And I tell you what you want to do. Dudes in their feelings. They've been all week long trying to figure out how they can like this, and they can smoke this and smoke that now. It's the second time around. Brothers fighting. It's just, it's a whole drawn out thing. But JD goes to the hole. They go to court. Now, they've already been found guilty. Now they're making no sense. They go to court. JD gets a crazy amount of time. I don't want to sit here and say he got life because I can't exactly remember what it was, but I know it was so much time that this dude's not going to see the streets. And I remember Jason got 20 years. So from the time you get sentenced, it can take anywhere from 90 days to I've seen a year pass and dude's still not been sent on to the DOC. JD comes out of the hole, comes on the wall, comes straight in, knows his brother's in there. Beard been going around a little bit. Who up, hey, Jason, yells out from his brother. His brother comes out, hey, what up? He goes back to his cell, tells his son, hey, it's an open cell there. Go holler at the officer. He go, Key, what you gotta go? My brother's moving in. Just like that, like Jason and JD in the cell together. Now, I didn't take long before I realized something. Jason wasn't telling him a lie when he said, if my brother was over here. If my brother was over here. He had said that so many times and gashed JD up so many times that we knew. For sure, no play pivot, no play pretend, no Fisher Price. That if his brother was over here, it would be a problem. That same night, they get out there, they get to playing cards. Jason starts running his mouth. Another dude says something. He's gonna cut him and just running them out to Jason and JD. Much more calm than Jason tells dude, hey man, they both, Jason stands up, dude stands up, and JD stands up, tells dude, man, sit down. Straight up, straight like that, sit down, forget it. Dude looks at both of them, looks at his own boys, his little boys. He's a little different, Jason. This right here was a fight, but I'm telling you, sit down if I push you. I push you right at this table. And you can tell when he's telling the truth about that. I get all loud. Nah, they ain't doing all that. Real calm. Sit down if I push you at this table. And he goes ahead and says, they go in the cell, locked down, the following morning, JD comes out the cell, goes down to the cell, goes in there, and the fight don't last very long, talking maybe 10 seconds. He just wasn't willing to let go of what happened at the poker table. I guess he didn't like the way his brother got chunked, he didn't like the way they were just arguing, so JD set the pace. He ain't been out the hole, he got out the hole yesterday. Goes down there, breaks the door from the cell. Jason stands outside the door, looking there while they fight, making sure nobody else comes around, making sure the guard's doing anything. JD punishes that dude. Dude he beat up, I will say, I want to say dude's name was Black dude, to a small flow, nobody really liked, always smashed his ass, always running his mouth, so dude just kind of happy to see get beat up, a fatter dude, always gambling, beat people out the money, cheap. JD punished that dude, so 10 seconds he did his thing. Now Black dude is different, like, if you punch me and put a bruise on my eye, you gonna see it, green, yellow, purple diamonds, yellow horseshoe, you can see the whole bruise because of my skin complexion. Black bruise, they can get a bad bruise, and a lot of times you wouldn't see it. It's just, it is what it is. If you're a black dude that's had a nasty bruise in the face, you know if you get a potion, you can see the discoloration, but not like you can see on a white sheet of paper when it comes to bruising. You'll see all the colors, the whole spectrum. JD did his thing on that dude in 10 seconds. Bashed him. He said, smashed him out. Pose don't say anything about it. It's common to see guys with black eyes, little cuts here and there, just go through channels, mark the territory. This would be a reoccurring thing. But the whole time all this was taking place, every time a fight popped off, it was JD doing it. Jason would get into it with somebody, and then JD would go finish. It's almost like he was like a pitcher. We get towards the end of 2005, JD gets him off the prison. Boom, shit.
There's a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. It's really common that you run into merge conflicts. You're finally ready to merge something in this conflict. Your CI is failing. But I have a green PRs automation here that uses some of our skills. And this is going to go through. And it's going to say, like, do any have CI failures because of, like, something we did wrong, or, like, didn't get caught in the pre-push, or maybe it's going to merge conflict because someone was, like, also changing it because we're rushing to, finish up a project or something like that.
Off to do this crazy amount of time. I want to say it's like 60 plus years. This dude was in his late 20s, maybe mid 20s. He's got that tall, athletic, played basketball, shit with the college type deal. JD gets sent off to Department of Corrections. Also on his 60-something plus year big. You got Jason still here. JD done put hands on my ass little people here. He ain't been beat yet. He's a big dude. Now I'm not always gonna say big wins the fight because it don't punch wins the fight. You can be 5'6" and you know how to throw a punch and you can land it before Mr. 6'6" puts his hands on you. You knock him out cold with that big stuff over your mouth. Facts. But JD goes off to prison. Now Jason's got to deal with the dudes that JD's beat up here. His whole demeanor changed. Went back to how he used to be prior to his brother being up. But he didn't do all that arguing and all that. Could pipe down with his brother. Brother to beat dudes up in here, call dudes all types of names. Had some dudes walking around here looking like Willy Wonka on same sausage here. Now Jason's left to deal with the mess. But it wouldn't be long. Right after JD left, about a week later, Jason got to go off to prison. Now I left, it was like 3 months after that. I get Department of Correction. I get to receive it. They one brother, Jason, is there. JD's nowhere but his brother. He went to Deep Meadows. So one brother goes to one receiver, the other goes to another receiver. He said, we most likely going, by now to build rapport with him. I talked with him. Tobacco did end up coming over. So I dealt with this dude in the past just enough to say that I had a rapport with him. We wasn't besties. We wasn't sitting, drawing and coloring books. We wasn't playing tic-tac-toe. We do speak of it. But I knew this dude enough to be able, when I got to receive it, I see him. I was like, damn, but you still a receiver. And they take. And they did shut down. The same month I got there, they closed that receiver, burned me, and just made it a penitentiary blue receiver. That when they asked where he wanted to go, he put down Greensville as his number one on his list. And so did his brother. Now the way this happens is they ask you, where would you like to go? There can be three options, three different prisons you can go to if you had an option. I just said Greensville. I didn't fill in whatever you want. My homeboy Tony Woods, rest in peace to Tony Woods, said, I did a lot of time in Greensville. Greensville is like one of the last real penitentiaries out here. Get your hands on anything, there's a lot of stuff going on. That's where you want to be. You stay in the violence. I'm ready. If I can make money there, I can move how I want to move, make moves. To Greensville I go. So brother Tony said, I'll put in for Greensville and my bumper to Greensville, so hopefully get to Greensville. They start loading buses up right after I get to receive. Empty receipt now. Side A and side B. Side B gets completely cleaned out the first week. Gone. Everybody on that side is gone. The last few guys they got, they moved over to side A. The following week, they start getting us all gone. Those are the last group of guys to leave from that receipt. I end up in Greensville. I do my little stint down at 9 buildings, just transition building. I get jumped when I get there by the brothers on the basketball court. Fast forward, I get down to 7 building. JD's down there. What happened to your brother, man? I was receiving my brother. He's here. He's here. He's across the door in S2. Of course, which I'm going to S2. No, I'm getting him over here. I'm going to be in S2. I'm going to get him over here. This is where it's happening. It's like that. 7 buildings, like everything you can think of is in this building. Why would I want to leave him? Get my brother over here. Now, the way this works is they got different trades. S1's got their trades, S2's got their trades, and S3's got their trades. S1's got 3 buildings, S2's got 3 different buildings, S3's got 3 buildings. There's 9 buildings in this compound. A lot of them. And we're just separated by fences in the backyard and a good distance in between the fences before we get to the next part of the compound. So Jason puts in for this class over, I think it was the electrical class, the plumbing class, so that if he goes there, they're not bringing you all the way across the compound, all the way back. They're going to move you over there because it limits you being able to bring country out from one point to another point, and you're in your section of the compound where that class is taught. Jason shows up. Now, first he's over in 8 building. I see JD out on the boulevard, Jason out on the boulevard, and they're talking to each other. Like, come on, move me, he's my brother. Like, a lot of dudes who say they're brothers, they're cousins, they're uncles, they're this, they're that, and they're not. They say it's for strength and numbers. Facts. With Philly, I used to tell people he was my brother. He told people he was my brother. We knew each other from the streets. We pretty much were brothers. We just didn't share the same blood, but we used the same tactic too. Sure enough, they knew Jason and them with JD. They put him in the same cell. And at the time, I was in cell 24, right at the bubble control booth. I hated that cell. Anybody came by my cell, officer smacking on the glass. Hey, keep it moving, get off the top chair, get away. Can't be in that cell. I'll light you up. That's a 229 on an authorized area. So I wanted to move. I ended up getting sent upstairs in the 300 pod. That was in cell 330. When I was in the 300 pod, I ended up catching a drug case. I ended up having to do almost a year in the hole. To come out, they put me in 7 buildings, cell 120, where I would sit and be for many, many years. I get jammed up into the hole and come back to 120. But I come in, these 2 groups are in here, they made a name for themselves in the yard. A good name for themselves. These dudes got their hands in a little bit of everything. They go out to the yard, bring stuff back from this building to that building. Something's changed. Something I didn't foresee. I'm not in there long. The school day comes around and JD and Jason got a store box and his dudes are paying. You got this one dude that's playing funny with money. He's walking around here paying everybody to he ain't over there. And I see Jason come out the cell, go down, and get talking to dude. They get to argue like Jason likes to argue. JD comes out, stands by the door, and Jason goes up and punishes dude. This would be the very first time I see Jason put hands on somebody. And to be honest, it's nice with his hands than JD was. Just took a little more to push him. JD go in there and beat you up. Jason go in there and annihilate you. So Jason goes in there and it sounds like he touched every inch of that cell that we got the one behind the comes. It really sounded like he was slamming him off the ceiling, back on the floor, off the wall, the door. Like, meanwhile, you got JD standing at the door, just watching. Makes nobody comes over there and jumps on his brother. Nobody interferes. Nobody looking at him. Mind your business, strong like that. Stop him over here.
I would have 3 of them, so I would like wake up, I would do early morning workout where it was like 2 hours just physical fitness, and then I would go and I'd do my baseball skills, I'd run, I'd throw, I'd hit, I would do that like 6 days a week. And those years were always my worst years. And the years that were my best years was when 3 times a day doing mental work, doing visualization, putting pen to paper, affirmations out there, and mantras and targets. The 2 years that I did that, I won the World Series and made the All-Star team. Welcome to Health is Wealth. I'm Dr. Myron Gore. Today we were honored to have a guest whose journey from baseball diamond to present day embodies grit and resilience. World Series champion, former MLB All-Star, Hunter Fenton.
Jason smashes. Comes out, I see big lady that eating. He's going to go to chow. People tell him, hey, go to chow. Ooh, that's a lockdown. Get your face. You look like elephant, man. Your face has got the same consistency as a Cheeto, right? You're not supposed to have knots there, boy. You look bad. So dudes come together like they would. Give them your stuff, stay in the service, the commissary. Take them. Not to mention, Jason had taken the commissary himself. He didn't just take the whole bag. Play stupid. Took the rest of his commissary. The connection these two dudes had was crazy. Watching them play basketball outside the backyard, you knew this is something they had practiced many times. I don't know if they took it at the daddy's house, at the practice center, at the school, but Jason would hoop, alley-oop. JD would dunk it. JD would bounce the ball, alley-oop, dunk it. They were good at what they did. He wasn't lying about it. My brother was out here. But everybody knew when it came to these two, if anything happened, he was going to get the business. They was going to put hands on him. And if you could beat one, the other one hadn't seen it thus far. If you got to look at one of them in that cell, the other one was always standing at the door. He wasn't going there with everybody standing at the door. If you got the best of one, the other two come in. They let you know, not me, man. It's necessary. You ain't about to do nothing with my brother. As I've said, I am my brother's keeper. So by now, the whole name thing, Jason, JD, all that's kind of faded out. They just call him Twin. But the only way JD Twin, his brother, they called them Twin. And they weren't twins. They just looked a lot alike. Then they take the name Twin. I met a whole bunch of people named Twin. They didn't have a twin or even have a brother. But it made sense for them to call them Twin or Twins or the nicknames they had. Now Jason's got his stuff back in court. Jason's argument for his appeal was he didn't know that the dude had been popped. He was banking. When he was jumping him out in that parking lot, he heard the but he didn't know that the dude was hit. He didn't know that this was a fatal shot. He didn't know the dude was in that type of condition. He just thought it was a fight, and the most he should have been charged with was participating in the fight. So his appeal goes through. He's now going back to court, having this case reseen. JD's done. JD's got 60-something plus years. What happens next? I don't think I expected, but they're sending Jason back to court. So now he's got to get in a transport vehicle, leave the city of Emporia, go all the way back to his home city, hours away from the prison. Court rolls around, top of him start fighting his case on appeal. He leaves. Jason's gone. Packed all his property up. We fast forward 2 or 3 days. JD's got a new cellmate. Jason's going off to the county he got convicted in, going back to court, trying to get this homicide overturned. Middle of the morning, we just come back from chow, dudes getting ready to go to the rack, and they come in, blowing the whistle. They come in. There's so many guards that usually when you see that many guards, there's a body, something bad is happening. They come in, everybody locked down, everybody locked down, everybody locked down. We go into our cells. Now we're curious, we're nosy. Windows shop, we gotta see what's going on. We all look at the door, we're trying to shut the slot, we don't know what's going on. And now that JD said, they got JD up, they got him in handcuffs. Now he's been laid low the last few days for the most part. He ain't really bouncing around here like he usually does. He's really going out playing basketball, he kind of just playing the cell, playing the part. But down there, they got him in handcuffs. They're packing all his stuff up, his cell ladies in handcuffs. They're tearing the cell apart. Just like that. They take him up out of here. They come in at night, since they've already got us in our cells, they use that as a reason to shake the bond in. They come sell the cell, do a good shakedown, nothing too bad, nothing too serious. They find a little stuff here, take your stimulation, extra sheets, you know, good graphic flicks of females. Look out of there, follow on it. We've all been yelling down there all night long. Something, what's going on? What happened? Why did everybody shoot down? What happened? Man, it's crazy. What's crazy? Why they lock JD up? You mean why they lock Jason up? What? Nah, that wasn't JD. Nah, JD went to court, tried to escape from transport on the way back. With Jason in the cell. Wow. He really was his mother's kid. JD ended up leaving before taking his mother's ID. I don't know. I do not know the facts on how he tried. I don't know if he tried to escape the courthouse. I don't know if he's brief window trying to get back the paddy wagon. I don't know the exact details. But when Jason got his appeal in, he was still going back to court and fighting his case. JD took Jason's ID, his prison ID, knows all the questions he asked. What's your mama name? What's your dad's name? What's your date of birth? All these questions they ask you when you leave out the prison. You come in the jail. And at some point, they tried to run. They tried to break free from the guards. They got him. They're going further investigation.
I've seen vast diagrams that differ, even within enterprises, on what the journey from post-close to production looks like. And you have a spaghetti man who's literally created spaghetti. Some are better than others, because every enterprise is more mature than some others, right? But the spaghetti man is different. Like, it sauces or whatever you want, right? And it's crazy to me how in enterprises, these Fortune 500 companies make so much revenue when behind the scenes it's a spaghetti man. Others are starting to realize I've spent millions and $3 million, and that's a large portion of the tech budget for the small organizations, and I've gotten zero value. Well, it's because you didn't go into a problem where you're trying to solve. You just went into it as, oh, this is cool. So, when we created extra chaos. So that come up with a huge strategy and the process that they're going to use to go solve that. And that is AI strategy. Here's a business problem I'm looking to solve. Here's how AI could potentially solve this business problem. Do I have the right team to enable them and give them more unique rights, less process? Or are they still team hopping on? Okay, now this team knows this, now this team knows this. Don't pass the buck, right? Minimize that. And then it becomes truly well-oiled machine, well-oiled machine. And then you could go solve whatever the business process, business challenge is around how do we implement AI for this business challenge.
Welcome to Ship Happens, a podcast where I sit down with some of the smartest people in the industry to talk about the skills, techniques, and mindset that helps you shape a business. Today I'm talking to Gignas Patel, field CTO at Onzyro, working on the intersection of product and customers, getting insights on how their products are being built and actually being used by the consumers. So I'm very excited to dig into how they help that comes on evolving AI is actually changing the breaking, and to get Gignas's unfiltered perspective of their software delivery and set next. So with that intro, it's a big pleasure to welcome you to the show, Gignas, and thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me today.
Absolutely, Mark. Thank you for having me, first of all. It's a pleasure. I've been passionate about this for quite some time. So.
Yeah. I believe.
They come across that tattoo. When you come into prison, they photograph all your tattoos. Any distinction mark, birthmarks, tattoos, scars. Like I told you in the story, JD had his half sleeve that made it very clear that he wasn't his brother. Now in jail, he wore jumpsuits, so it's hard to hide. But in prison, he made his long sleeve, light blue button-ups. Where you can hide anything. It's not on your hands, not on your throat, not on your face, not on your head. JD sneered out the corner. It was Jason in the cell the entire time. Which also kind of explains why he was playing movies. Jason wasn't the aggressive type of JD was. Whatever happened that day on transport, they caught him. He didn't get away. But I'll tell you this, because they swapped IDs, both of them ended up getting charged with attempted escape. Because JD took Jason's place, and Jason gave JD that ID that enabled him to get outside the prison walls on that transport vehicle into that other jail all the way across the state. Yeah. He would go on to lose his appeal. The sentence he was given, sleep. Here's what I want you to get from today's school. When you've made mistakes in life, paying for them, pay for them. A lot of guys get locked up and they think that they're slicker than the system. You are in here for committing crimes. You weren't very good at it because you got caught. Well, they had a lot of evidence. Whatever the case is, you got caught. Now you're going to continue to try to commit crimes and think that you aren't really caught. What do they say the definition of insanity is? Doing the same thing over and over and over, expecting different results. If you do the same thing over and over and over, and you're expecting different results, you're lying to yourself. Don't be out here committing crimes. They didn't have to take to the point where homeboy got popped in that parking lot. I'm not going to say Jason, Tacoma or Jason played a part in that, but he played a part. If I go in and I rob a bank and you sit in the car, you're going down. Watch the company keep it if he's your brother. Sometimes in life we have to cut people off. It's just the way it is. Unless you're willing to take that trip and fall for the next man, and y'all really gonna lie like that, you are your brother's keeper to the point that you sacrifice your life behind bars.
Welcome to the 2026 Chelsea Flower Show. It is a typical British summer's day, which means we're all pretending that it's incredibly sunny. It's actually a little bit chilly. However, the gardens are looking spectacular, and I can't wait to share them all with you.
Thank you for your act. Jason could have stopped that dude that day. Oh, no. You gotta take it there, like, it's 2-on-1. What's the point? But he didn't. And he does say that he didn't. Never heard him say that he saw him, knew that he was, I don't know if that was part of his defense, his case, or if that's just the truth. Whatever the case is, put himself in that situation. And it ended bad. And then once again, he caught himself trying to save JD, thinking JD could escape and get out of doing 60-something years and just be on the run. Like they would eventually come back. Maybe he knew they would. And once he escapes, they will come get me. He knew they would come get him. Maybe they'll figure it out, maybe they won't. Hold on, bro, you just signed on for 60-some years, so you have to let these people know that's not who you really are. You have to sit down. I think his plan was for his brother to get free, for him to come forward and say, look, man, y'all took the wrong brother in court. No, I ain't got 60-some years, so yeah, no, I'm supposed to be in one court. Let me get this overturned to get 10 years. What do you think? Thank you for that. You can love somebody, be the best of friends, ride or die for them. But at the end of the day, is it really worth giving up your entire life? I've met men, a lot of different men, that were told by the judge, you're going into a cell, you're going to live around other men, and you will eventually be found in that cell, no longer alive from old age or whatever it may be. And on that day and that day only, you will be released from the park. Those are terrible, terrible words. As y'all know, it is Tuesday. Did a little fishing this morning. Took my son to school. Gonna do some laundry, play a little basketball, maybe play with trucks. And then go get my son. I hope you all are enjoying your life. Sorry for the hiatus. Sorry for the wait. Sorry for the wait too. Enjoying my life, living my best life, doing a lot of things that I haven't been able to do. I suggest you do the same. With all that being said, these jails, these penitentiaries, these courts, these twins, no, just crazy world. It's an already crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep y'all entertained. Oh, you know what I'm doing? And like always, this is Jay Williams. Life. It's all my reels. And there are some reels watching. Just still
watch a week. I got it.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so people can see your business here. See it here. And see it here. So you stand out. Even when they're way back here. Get 50% off signs and banners at Vistaprint.com.
Dear family, thank you for taking time to celebrate. Just I want to share something that I've come to understand over the last 2 decades. And that is, as you progress in life, you will eventually come to the in-between place. The in-between place is extremely important. Some people experience it in life, some people will experience it more than once or multiple times. Others will experience it in midlife, and again, which is I do. And the in-between place is very, very interesting. But I've come to that part. It's where nothing feels. Nothing feels. It's like this thing. Nothing feels like it's place as it should. You go all your life, checked all the boxes, you achieved all the accomplishments and all the goals that you set. And then you lose something. Over time, you noticed things were changing, things were different. It's something inside. There's a sense. There's gotta be something. There's a sense that everything right that I follow, the trajectory I'm supposed to follow in life, is God instead. Is He hearing the prayers? Is He listening to the asking for? And the in-between place is much the same. It's the place that St. John of the Cross described as the dark paradise. We often use this phrase, and that's what it used to be, a tough place, or just like a tough time. It's much, much different. The in-between places are not just a sin, not just a sense of peace. They're an existential transformation that occurs in life when you are so present. Present means often the egoism that's set together to survive. Override our childhood years to get through adolescence, to be accepted in schools, whether you're going to advance in education, gather degrees, gain a career, get titles and honor, claims to fame. We thought we went about the process correctly. We did what the world told us to do. We understood how to become ourselves. those things get stronger and stronger. The larger cell, it's the egoic cell. It tends to make us feel But I would tell
saw that my PR got approved, but there's a test together, and you know, I have become so lazy. Like the moment I'm like, oh, I gotta go to like build kite, like look at the test logs. Yeah, it's like so I can just look for the skills tab, and I just be like, build kite. Okay, sick. Someone just like already figured this out for me. So I was like, okay. I ran the command to get a token. Now it fixed my PR, and I am so lazy now. And I didn't want to go to GitHub to check if my PR merged, so I'm like, yo, did this merge? And then I would have archived it last night, but I didn't just now, so I figured I might want to show you guys this, but that's awesome.
It's the mixed martial arts hour.
Not today. Helwani's Ditch Town, now the inmates are running the asylum. Creatures of the control room are front and center this time around. It's the Rick and GC show. Or is it the GC and Rick show? Either way, here are your hosts, Eric Jackman and Connor Burns.
It's irritating, but it's part of the process. So today's videos are going to be a little bit of the same what we usually do, but a little bit different. When you think of prison, you don't think of all the gossiping that constantly takes place. Prison is days of our lives as the world turns. Take all these soap operas, novellas, all them into one. That's prison. It's just yap, all day, every day. Somebody is talking about somebody. You might end up in a cell with a dude, all he does is talk about me. Somebody come to the door, it was so itchy. It's hot, and under this fan, trying to beat this heat. That's what's up, Rose, when he walks off. You understand? You know they said the other day he was on guard. Come on, man, you was just talking to old boy. Gossiping. I cannot tell you how many times I've seen situations get completely out of hand because somebody wanted to run their mouth. And by the time they're done running their mouth and it's made its way full circle, it don't even resemble what we say. There's bits and pieces of the truth. But running your mouth while locked up, one of the quickest ways to get hurt. Touched on this the other day. I've got a whole lot of gossiping stories, and when gossiping goes wrong, when guy turns into man, watch your mouth. Think you could go through life talking about others? You might, until you and that person come face to face. The moment y'all see each other bump heads, well, you've done the easy part, which is the talking. Now we see what's really real. People love to gossip, especially with social media and YouTube. This person said, that person said, this person said. And there's usually either no truth to it or a tiny bit of truth to it. I hear my name all the time. And to date, I'm talking in the past year, aside from he's a good guy, he helps people, he's solid, he's this, he's that, anything outside of that, I've heard, is a complete lie. But I'm okay with that. You know, they say if people talk about you, you're doing something right. And I don't get much negative feedback at all. I'm not a negative person. I'm here to inspire people.
I am what you call prison prevention. I am the guy that wants to keep you out of prison. I am the guy that wants to see you and shake your hand in public, hear your success story, and then help you go on to share your success story. It doesn't always have to be bad. For a lot of you guys, it will 100% end bad. That's because y'all do not listen. Guys will try to sneak and get high. It's going to end bad. Guys will try to do petty crimes. It's going to get bad. Guys want to sell drugs, do this, do that. It's all good while you're doing it. Eventually, it's going to end bad. So today, we're going to do some of the gossiping and how it, once again, ends bad. With all that being said, you know how to see it. You know how to live it. So, let's be real.
Parenting these days is overwhelming. Hey, Dad, did you know my son has lunch? Really? Teenagers. Kids, career, former co-stars who text all the time. Ty, we are literally sitting next to each other.
Julie and I are both real life parents of teens, so yeah, I do reach out now and then.
Every day?
Every day. With questions.
Really important ones. Like, what is aura and do I have it?
Or, why does my daughter keep calling me brother?
But when Ty texted me, and I quote, is meningitis a city in Greece? I thought this was something we should take seriously because honestly, I wasn't 100% sure what meningitis was either.
See?
But I think it's something teens can be vaccinated for.
Oh, well, if there's a vaccine for it, I know my kids are vaccinated. I'm fairly certain that they are. I'm not just going to realize.
So I called my friend Dr. Rebecca Hall. She offered to jump on a call because of Ty.
Oh, look at the raccoons up there.
But I thought some of us might learn more from a hands-on approach. So Dr. Hall offered to take us on a meningitis education tour. We asked our real kids to join us on the tour. Not surprisingly, they said no.
So instead, we hired a teen actor to be our kid for the day. Pretty insane. Not that it isn't.
So, meningococcal disease, known as meningitis, is an uncommon but serious illness that can cause permanent complications or even death, sometimes within 24 hours. Among teens and young adults, 16 to 23-year-olds have the highest rates of meningococcal disease.
Because they're always on their phones?
No.
You sure?
Yes. Frequent phone use is not a risk factor for meningitis.
Okay, cool. Good to know.
The bacteria that causes meningitis can be spread through saliva and respiratory secretions. Living in close quarters like dorms, shared apartments, and military housing can put teens and young adults at an increased risk for sharing the bacteria that can cause meningitis.
And if you get it, it can be very serious. Is this?
Obviously, it's your new roommate. What's your roommate's voice?
Wait, you're meeting me?
This is my friend John.
While meningitis is rare, it is real. I contracted it when I was a sophomore in college. What started as flu-like symptoms quickly progressed. I was rushed to the ER unconscious and placed in a medically induced coma. When I woke up 8 days later, I was left with permanent visual impairment and neurological damage.
Wow, you have been through so much.
Yeah, and the upside is that now I can share my story and empower parents with the information they need to ask the right questions.
I can get it out of bed. That's exactly the kind of thing I tried to teach this guy.
She just met 2 hours ago.
But I'm kidding. The dorm tour was just the beginning. It turns out teens are doing all sorts of risky things like kissing, sharing food, drinks, utensils, and things teens do when they're being teens.
You know what that all sounds like to me? It sounds like it.
Hey kid guys,
Oh, that girl's checking you out. I could be your wingman.
What's a wingman?
Where did we get this kid?
As you can see, there's all sorts of behaviors going on at a party.
party like this that risks spreading the bacteria that can cause meningitis. Sharing food, drinks. Faces? Exactly. Oh, kid, you better be careful. Where did he go?
Oh, he's making friends. I'm so proud of him.
It's growing up so fast. No sharing cups, mister? Or faces?
Yeah, we partied pretty hard.
We stayed for 2 minutes.
Which is good because we have one more stop on our meningitis itinerary.
Nice.
Shin, but this is where healthy people mingle.
That's true, but even though it's an uncommon disease, healthy teens can be at risk for contracting meningitis too.
I actually belong to this place.
Oh, then you gotta look at Jenny. She looks out here all the time. I don't think I've seen you before.
Didn't say I come here, I said I belong.
Jamie is another disease survivor. She's also my last.
Cycling?
A dad's cycling. 1 out of 5 meningitis survivors will have long-term consequences, including brain damage, hearing loss, and in my case, lung amputations.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I want to lower headlines. And despite medical treatment, about 10 to 15% of people that get meningitis don't survive.
Well, my vaccinated?
I don't know. I'm not even home. Yeah, and that's the thing. Parents may not even know if their teens are vaccinated, or they assume they already are.
Assuming everything's okay was kind of my entire parenting strategy. The whole tour was certainly eye-opening.
And even better, Jamie introduced us to our mom, Patsy, who brought us here. The most important place on the tour. That's right. This is where we can take education and turn it into action. Though there's no guarantee vaccination will protect everyone, parents can talk to their teen's doctor about the vaccines available to help protect against meningitis.
Ooh, I got text from my real life.
No, too.
She says that she says she's not sure if our girls have been vaccinated against meningitis either.
Exactly. And there are different types of meningitis vaccines. Even if your teen was vaccinated against meningitis groups A, C, W, and Y in the past, they could be missing vaccination to help protect against meningitis B. Start the conversation with your teen's doctor to understand if they're missing any vaccinations, including follow-up doses recommended to complete the series. As a mom, I was always on top of my kids' health. Then I read the call that every parent kept saying their kids. Jamie and I share our story so that other parents will have the knowledge that I wish I had back then. Well, now that we know what we didn't know that we now know, we are going to take action because kids are every one of us.
That's right. All we want is to give these annoying creatures as much love as we can.
I know I don't always say it, but it really means a lot when you guys take the time to educate yourselves about meningitis. I know you have a lot to learn about. I'm really touched. I love you, Mom and Dad.
We love you too, fake kid.
So remember, talk to your teen doctor about the risks of meningitis and about vaccination.
And to learn more, visit asktobesure.com.
Mykonos! It's a city in Greece.
Ah.
Is this something you need to ask the doctor about too?
Hotels.com is where you go to choose from hundreds of thousands of hotels and their rewards on every step. It's exactly what it sounds like. And like chicken fingers, which are not what they sound like. When you hear Hotels.com, you think hotel rewards you can use like cash. No blind items. Because Hotels.com is exactly what it sounds like. Hotels.com. It's all in the name.
This is the ball where we do a quick weekly update with seasonal guys right back there. They are replacing the windshield and work trucks. Windshields get cracked because there's construction and things like that. You have to fix them, so they're kind enough to come out here and take a moment to fix the windshield. Bella, the little girl that we are adopting, I took her, what was it, Sunday, I believe it was? Yes, Sunday, to see her dad. We met at the park, and for an hour she just chilled with her dad. He pushed on the swing and whatnot. I fell back. I kind of, off camera, I told you I'm standoffish. So mainly where a lot of people talk to a lot of people.
So upon meeting the guy, I said, Jay, he introduced himself. He asked where the playground was. I said, it's right over there. I walked him over there, and I just kind of faded into the background. That's his daughter, that's her dad. Let them do their thing. The hour comes to an end. She is ready to go home. I was afraid she was going to get really upset. She would cry. My biggest concern in life when it comes to her is her. She did. She, was ready to go. I talked to him. We had a small, brief conversation. And pretty much I told him, get your shit together, man. Get your life together. This child needs you. I did not want another kid. I don't want that to sound to come off the wrong way, but I was not looking to raise another child. Noah just started kindergarten, so that gives my wife a great birthday. My older son is 20. I mean, he'll be 21 next year. She shouldn't have all this responsibility, but us being good people, being able to afford it, and having good cards with the little girl. But like I told him, fix yourself, get your life together, come get your daughter, like she needs. She's got us, and she's go with us, but she needs you. So I hope that he took my advice. I hope that he puts 100% into getting his life on track so that he can give his daughter the best life possible. And if not, she's family. She has a huge place in my heart. I love her like I love all the other kids, and she stayed with me until she's 30 years old. That's what it means. Aside from that, not a whole lot more going on. Pause. Nice coffee. Not a whole lot more than that going on. I did have to hire a tax team. I've got some tax issues that come up this year and that year, stuff I didn't really know a whole lot about, didn't know it was, So I reached out, got a tax team, and they are taking care of the issue. Whenever you're dealing with businesses, YouTube is a business, a construction company is a business, and then there's all the money I've made in between that I pay taxes on. To think that I went to prison for taking money from people, for being this little fake tough guy in the streets, and robbing people to get money, that would be what sent me off to prison. Now I'm out here making it legally. If you don't give Uncle Sam his, your brother don't get his, they put you in prison as well. It's almost like they're robbing me. So we're getting the taxes taken care of, so everything is up to date, up to par. No worries. Aside from that, I don't have a whole lot more. Life is good. No complaints. My wife is what a lot of people say. Let's get into this here. Prior to coming out of prison, I didn't know what YouTube was. You gotta think, when I left, it was MySpace. And I didn't even do it with the MySpace thing. Actually, MySpace was being talked about. It hadn't even come out yet. I don't believe it was out. I don't remember it being out. Maybe. But that's what was out when I left. I come home to YouTube. I leave a world of gospel, men talking about each other all day long. Come home and hear this. That's why I tell y'all my videos, and when people ask me certain questions, I don't speak on what the next man's got going on, what the next man is doing. It is something I hate. It's something I despise. It's entertaining to see others do it, but it's not something I want to partake in. And that comes from all the years of just being surrounded by dudes that would play cool to do one moment and then bashing his name the next. And then it gets physical. Oh yeah, it gets physical real fast. With YouTube, dudes are just running their mouth every now and then. It'll get physical. And at the end of the day, shut up. You're not gonna do nothing. Why are you talking about it? If ain't nothing gonna come from it, why are you talking about it? Even when y'all see the channels that are going back and forth, oh, it'll bring views at first, but after a while it becomes stagnant. If they don't see a fight,
or something don't come out of it, people will stop watching. Then you're going to try to go back to your regular content, and nobody's going to want to watch it. Nobody's going to be like, look at the thumbnail, look at the title, and they say, oh, I need to be everybody, man, he got a drama going on. I don't want to do what he's got to say. Therefore, I don't do the drama, I don't do the gospel. Prison, on the other hand, is a place where every day you are going to hear something new. Whether it's something that's passed along, you're going to hear something about somebody, you're going to hear something somebody did, something somebody said, something somebody's going to do, something the prison's doing, something the officers are doing. Somebody's always going to gossip. Lord forbid you get that cellmate. And I've had these guys, that cellmates, the wants to tell you everything that's going on because he's an everybody's business guy. It's a terrible cellmate to have. But a good cellmate also, because you always know what's going on. If you don't like talking about people, that's not the guy you want to have to sell with you, because that's all he's going to do. Even at work, people, I'm the same way. Now, it's one thing if it's something work-related, if somebody comes to me and says, hey, Jay, old boy ain't doing his job, or you holler at him, I'm going to have to pick up a slack. That I don't know. When it comes to somebody's personal life, Jay, did you hear that? Dude and his wife, look, man, y'all already know I don't do gossip. That's his business. Y'all stay about that man's business. Because the way I feel about it is, if you'll come talk to me about him, or you'll go talk to him about me. That's a fact. Did you ever think about that? The people that love them, talk about others to you, will go to others and talk about you. When she gave your game down, that was free. That was all me. So prison is one of those places where it's always somebody's got something going on, somebody says something. I've talked about this before. We have what we call inmate.com or prison.com. It's not actually a computer program. It's nothing to do with the internet. It's just a phrase. It's just a saying. It's just a rumor. When somebody says something and that rumor catches fire and everybody starts saying it, we call that inmate.com. Where'd you hear that from? Inmate.com. Inmate.com means it's something that's being said amongst the inmates and passed down the line. You get it all the time. One of the biggest gossips you're going to hear, and I've heard, and I've seen, and I've dealt with, and had bad consequences, are shakedowns. There's ways of knowing when a major shakedown is coming. Now here we have what's called annual shakedowns. 4 times a year they do these. They used to call them twice a year, and to the vets, the OGs, the convicts, the guys like myself that have been down a long time, we knew around what time these shakedowns were happening. We could usually pinpoint it within a 30 to 45 day period, twice a year. And I remember little things make you remember things. I remember watching this Charlie Brown episode on, I think it was like CBS one time, on Halloween night, and I would associate that memory to being locked in my cell, because we were on a major shakedown, and they had just shook down the bar next door. And when they do these major shakedowns, it's terrible. But in that, you know, that Charlie Brown episode, it reminded me, all right, last year we was on shakedown, I was watching the Halloween special with Charlie Brown. So the coming year, I know that Halloween's approaching, we're within that time range of when they become and tear this bitch apart. Now let me explain to you what a shakedown consists of. A real, full prison lockdown shakedown. They shut the prison down. Anything that the inmates were doing, as far as jobs go, whether it be working in the chow hall, mopping, sweeping, trash, all these different jobs you can have shut down. Everybody locks in their cell. You will go in your cell at night. The next morning, when you think you're going to get up and go about your day, your day usually starts off just like this. Get up, brush your teeth. Well, that's how you're supposed to start off. Hopefully, that's how your day starts off. In prison, get up. First thing they're going to do around 5:30, they do count. They come through, they go with lights on, feet on the floor, stand for count. At 5:30 in the morning, you have to get out of bed. You can't just wave your arm or just move a little bit. No. You really got a 2-member cell bed. You have a light up on the ceiling. It's got a pull string. You're going to stand out of bed, you're going to pull this little chain, and the light's going to come. And they're gonna walk by and they're gonna write down the count for everybody. And once they pass your door, you turn the light off and you get back in bed. Then it's 5:30. I've got to work. I usually leave between 7 and 7:30 for work. So after that 5:30 count, I get up. As soon as they walk past the door, I usually go over, use the bathroom, go ahead, brush my teeth, wash my face, get dressed, sit on my bunk with these little 13-inch flat screen TVs, pay TV, MTV, there's different companies that make them. Turn the TV on, throw my earbuds in. By now it's about 6 a.m. Catch the news. The news lets me know what's going on out in the world. Where I was at, we had Richmond's news, CBS 6, Channel 12, Channel 8. I'm watching news. You'd be surprised how much I found out from the news. I found out about deaths of people I knew from the news, high-profile cases, friends of mine catching bodies, all this new stuff I've been watching the news. It was part of my routine. Shortly after, maybe 6:15, 6:20, you hear them over the loudspeaker. Hey, 700 hours or 625, 600 hours. Count is now cleared. 600 hours. Count is now clear. Right after that, you hear stand by for chow. They go on these loudspeakers. They have a microphone. They say it. It comes into our side of the unit and into the other side of the unit. Unit 105, 205. They'll say 1 and 205 stand by for chow. That time, start hearing doors. Slang, slang, slang. Now there's a button on your door. If you're not going to chow, they don't just automatically open your door. What happens is when everybody goes in their cell, you push one button and it locks all the doors. You have a button inside your cell. It's a square plate, no button, you push. Woo! When you push that button, you see it's taking the lock off the control booth. Your door will open. As soon as she says stand by for chow, guys start piling out with their things. You hear the doors pop, 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 slang, slang, clang, 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 clang. Someone I just said, me, I was a coffee drinker. They have a hot pot. It was a round canister that keeps boiling hot water in it. You can also use this weapon. I've done those videos if you haven't seen it. Go check it out. Head up there, get your hot water, make your coffee, go sit on a bench, sit in your cell, do whatever you want to do until they say extra for chow. A lot of times I wouldn't go eat whatever they have. I'd make oatmeal or grits, or I'd make something and just eat that real quick and hang out until they call first movement. Now first movement, and they're going to call chow, you get an extra for chow. After you eat chow, return back to your building. Some officers are just, they're anal in the way they do things. They want everybody to lock back down for no reason. That way they don't have to watch what's going on first thing in the morning. They don't have to be busy. They can just sit in control rooms and just be lazy. But most times you come back to town, you just kind of mingle around. It's 80-something minutes. So y'all just mixing and matching, talking. You might have homeboys in there, you go over and kick it with, sitting down, listen, hey, what up, y'all? Chop it up for the morning. Then they're going to call standby for first move. First movement is anybody going to work, anybody going to a school, a trade. They offer trades. You should utilize that while locked up. A lot of what I do in my day-to-day life, I went to school for a while. I was in there, my electrical, my plumbing, business management. I use a lot of this. But they're going to call standby for the first one. Then you're going to ask them. Just the guys that are going to class, going to work. I work maintenance. I have my shirts up there, I get them in my pocket. I'd actually go over to the maintenance shop. That is the typical rundown of a moment. You're thinking, why do you just do all that? That's what your life should consist of every single day, every single morning while you're in motion. Unless you're going to make your shakedown. When that major shakedown comes through, and they come through and they do the count of 5:30 and you go through your routine, wash your dog mouth, you're dragging them off with breath, green ass tongue. I see some people just funky. How do you see funky breath? You see some people see funky breath. You do your routine, watch a little bit of news, get count clear, usually within a few minutes, it's stand by for chow. Well, here's stand by for chow. They don't turn the lights on in the daytime. It's dark out. It's dim. hear this noise, a squeaking noise, like it's plastic wheels. You walk over, you look out your cell door, and you see it pushing this big brown cart. Or sometimes it's a big metal cart. Big metal ones when you got hot foods in it. It's got these doors that open up on it. And in there's all these penitentiary trays filled with today's delicious treats. It's terrible food. But this cart, you hear them squeaky wheels, you go up and you look out and you see that cart coming in, you know you're on lockdown. You know they're coming in. They've taken the time to prep these trains. I told you, no inmates are working, so they let guys either come over this morning and come into the chow hall and make the trays and set them back when nobody was looking. Or they just said, we don't need anybody this morning. Or they just did not up the kitchen workers' doors at 3:30. They leave at 3:30. But these guys, by the time they tell you, hey, they didn't call us for work this morning, you've already figured out you're not going anywhere. You're stuck in this cell. They start. They go building by building by building. This place had 9 buildings, 10 if you want to count, where they executed people, and that's also the whole. But it was 9 buildings total. Then you have an infirmary, and each one of these buildings has 4 pods, 86 men in each unit. 1, 2, 3, 4 upstairs. They start 1 building at a time. They bring what's called the strike force. These on the top flight security. Top flight security, of the world. And these guys live to shake down. They go from prison to prison, shaking down. They have been trained in the many ways of CPCO and crawling up under windows, looking at crevices, checking up under ball sacks. They are really good at it. All jokes aside, the strike force is trained to search for things, whether it be writing and gang memorabilia or you call it memorabilia, literature, shanks, contraband that we've got to be modified, stolen electronics you might scrape somebody else's name off of, take it to the tattoo man and engrave your name on it. Because all electronic devices have your name and your state number on it. That's how you prove it's yours. You bought it. They come look. They're going to serve chow that morning. And after chow, depending on which part you're in, it begins. They come in with the dogs. All these different types of canines. I've seen pit bulls, I've seen German shepherds, and I've seen Sooners. They don't know what Sooner is? Sooner is, the sooner that this dies, the better. They bring these dogs. They bring everybody out their cell before they even begin. And they can line up with your face to the back of the man in front of you. There. And you're all standing there in your boxes. And they tell you, put your arms down by your side, turn your palms outwards, do not move. If you move, you will be bit. And they take these dogs and they run them down the line of all the dogs. No socks, just underwear. For them underwear, you strip all the way bump all naked if you came out of the cell. They run the dogs back. If the dog hits somebody, they pull him out of line, take him somewhere else, and they're going to then find out what he's hiding. And since he ain't got no clothes on, you know where he's hiding. So now they send everybody back to their cell after the dogs have done their sniffing test. They will start in cell 1, they'll go in 2, 3 at a time, and there might be maybe 5, 6 cells at once, because they've got a lot, over 3,000 men to shake down, thousands of cells to shake down. They want to get this on a 3 or 4 day time frame. They start to cell 1 and they tear things. They get you in your cellmate, y'all come out, y'all turn around, y'all cuff up, just in underwear now. And they bring plastic chairs and they sit them down, sit down. You sit down in the chair. And you watch them go through your cell like these. It's the best way to explain it. You've seen a movie where somebody breaks in a house and just ransacks it. That's what they're going to do to your cell. They're going to ransack your mail, your pictures, your commissary, all your personal belongings. They're going to tear it up. They will intentionally damage things. I've seen them drop people's electronics, but I think they're better. I ain't trying to get agreements on that and keep it moving. You You're gonna watch guys as they're doing this get locked up. Sitting there watching out the door, they ain't made it that way to you yet. You looking, you see them come out the cell with a knife. They show 2 guys sitting in the chair with knives is. Why? How do you think this to find this big ass man with knife is? Don't nobody say that. We lock them both of them. But the general rule is, if you're a stand-up guy, you wear whatever's yours. You gotta tell me, I used to tell mine, I don't care what you bring in here. As long as you own up to it and get caught. I'm gonna wear mine. You wear yours. I could be selling some dope, don't say nothing. This man be going home in 90 days. They find my dope and he catches a street case right along with me. No, you don't do that. You're a stand-up guy. But you watch that man come out with that knife. Watch. One of them guys is, they would try to fight it out to the very last moment. But I say that, they love to break. I ain't someone's mind, man. Get him up, get him out of here. Going to the whole world. Now they take all his property, put in trash bags, and they keep going. As they're getting close to you, your heart is beating out to your chest. I don't care how many times you've been through it, there's always some level of anxiety. I just broke down the whole lot from my gave you my life from an email. No. Let me get into the moment I was associated with the shit.
Yeah, we can tell now.
Artistically well. He wants to see the biggest. Anything to come? Ladies first. Rated R.
Here's to the go-getters. Like not just the ones in the gym, but everywhere. Birthday party bosses. The midnight marathoners. The hikers. The bikers. And open micers. With 30 grams of protein, tons of delicious flavors. And protein isn't just for those who get after fitness. It's for those who get after life. Who need a protein. Yeah.
Guys have jobs that flip them around. Correctional officers, blah, blah. If you work in the kitchen, the kitchen woman that works there that's an outside lady, and then there's going to be a door. I've seen it happen. I've had it happen. Every now and then, that lady in the kitchen will be cool. She won't like the way she sees inmates treated. We're treated like dogs sometimes. She'll pull you to the side and say, hey, look, I ain't supposed to say nothing. They're about to shake you. Yeah, Thursday, no, not come off. I've seen that. You got the dock worker who sits out there all day long compacting trash. They back tractor trailers up, he helps unload stuff onto the dock, and then other workers come out and take it to different village where it's supposed to go. He sees when that tractor trailer backs up and opens up, and inside of it is just as far forward as you can look, boxes of styrofoam trays. And we go on a lot, we eat out of styrofoam trays. We have a guy on Monday that works at Center Circle. His job is to mop the hall. Center Circle is like the master hub of the penitentiary. It's one spot where his guard works and she has control over everything. Everybody calls into her. Go to Center Circle. He mops the hallways, sweeps the floors, wipes down the couch. This guy spends 8 hours a day mopping the same floors, sweeping the same hallways. When he's not doing that, he's shooting the shit with dogs, flooding with the female, getting his little kick it on, if you may, with the ones he knows he drives in. He comes in one day and tells us all, and he tells somebody, that tells somebody, that tells somebody, that tells somebody, and then it makes its way back to us. He comes to myself and says, yo, you need to tighten up. Tighten up can mean 2 things, like get in position, get ready for something, or throw your shoes on. Comes to say, you need to tighten up, and it just keeps it moving. So I come walk the ball, yo, come here. What do you mean I need to tighten up? Backtrack, you know what I mean, tighten up? Shake down, they're gonna shake down tomorrow. Let me know we're shaking down. Nate was over to the circle, said it. God told me, shakedown's coming tomorrow, Thursday. You know, today's Wednesday, tomorrow being Thursday. We're gonna shake down tomorrow. I look around the room and the body is in complete panic mode. You've got guys in here who have wine. You've got guys in here, and this wine is 2-3 days ready. Well, it's 2 to 3 days before it's actually ready. So right now it's just a giant bag of fruit and sugar that's firmly that you don't want to get caught. It's 5 gallons. So you got to figure out, do I hold on to the last minute with it and hope that we stay on lock for 3 days and we don't get shipped out to the 3rd day and it's ready and I'll just drink a whole bunch of it, get drunk and don't get caught with it, or do I flush it? You've got guys with cell phones, guys with knives, guys with drugs, guys with TVs that are stolen, don't belong to them. They got to hurry up and take it to the tattoo man with me. Scrape that name off, put my name on his TV. Chaos has clearly erupted all around. Dudes are standing from the cell. Hey, and dudes owe you money. Go collect your money. If he gets locked up during shakedown, gets called for something during shakedown, you're not going to see him. So guys are running around trying to gather those things. And then you got guys that ain't got much that know, man, we're going to be in the cell for the next week. He usually lasts, I've seen it last 3 days. I've seen it last 5 days. I've seen it last all the way up to a week. And on rare occasions, when like somebody gets killed, they're looking for a murder weapon, or there's multiple stabbings, they're searching for wounds on us or blood on our clothing. Oh, situations like that, you can go locked down for months when there's an outside investigation. So we all start scrambling. I've got a CD player myself, and I'm tattooed at the time, so it's no big deal. Then I've got to turn into mine. I didn't buy it off property. It's got somebody else's name on it. The way we take a razor blade, scrape it against the surface, like a razor shaver, pop that out the razor itself until the surface is smooth. We take floor wax and wax it because it's clear. Whatever the item is, it's always clear. TVs are clear, headphones are clear, radio, CD player, tape decks, yes, I said tape deck. They're always clear. You scrape it off, then you take some floor wax with a Q-tip and wax that area you just scraped. And you can't tell there's ever a name engraved in there. So I'm engraving my name on it. Then I got a band with a tattoo gun, band on the side. In the meantime, I got all these dudes come to me. Hey Jay, I need you to put my name on TV for me real quick. Well, I'm busy. By now, this is in a matter of, this guy's told me this, and within the next 30 minutes, I've done every bit of probably 4 or 5 CD players, 2 or 3 TVs, universal adapters, beard trimmers. All that is covered. And all these things that need engraved. And dudes will write the name and their state number on a little piece of paper and put it with it. It's going to take me a couple of hours. But I'm charging everybody that's bringing it to 3 bags of coffee, and I got you. So, as I'm doing this stuff, pile of coffee over here, honey buns, whatever I wanted for it, usually I charge like $5 to $10 for an item to engrave. Dudes are bringing me all this stuff, and by now, other dudes are hearing about the shakedown coming. Complete panic is set up. We've got dudes that got dope in themselves, you know, serious dope, enough dope that they catch serious cases and do another 25 years in prison for distribution of heroin. You got dudes with needles. You got dudes with damn samurai swords in hand, and they need to hide. So all I'm going to do is to get everything we're not supposed to have, and anything we can't have, either into our hiding spots, and we had some amazing hiding spots. Look, we got this, I can't even tell you that. That would be telling. We got some amazing hiding spots in themselves. I had a spot in myself I've never heard it talked about on the internet, and I'm pretty sure that's because guys know not to talk about the spot. This is a very common spot in pretty much every prison around America for the most part. We have this one particular spot that you can hide large things. I've hit knives that were 16 inches, I've hit small knives, I've hit pokers, you name it. So after we do all these engravings and stuff, and I get all that knocked out the way, I go to hiding my stuff. My plan is, I'm hoping they call back this afternoon, and I'm going to take my stuff out on the yard. Common knowledge right here, what I'm about to say. The guards know, they've been on to it, dudes have been telling way before YouTube was ever a thing. Dudes told the guards what I'm about to say. I would always bury my knife right beside a pole. You got fences and they got metal poles that hold the fence up. Well, they go out of the yards during the shakedowns and they run the metal detector all over the yard. You'll see 3-4 guards out taking metal detectors, like that weird guy at the beach just trying to find you missing earring. or some change fell in your pocket. Yours out there, remember detectives during shakedown. You look out your window and see them out there scanning the ground, metal detectors, looking for knives. Now, what we would do is we would put something out there to distract them, something that's not even sharp, something that's not really lethal, that's really no good to us, a scrap piece of metal, straight on the floor a little bit, wrap a piece around, make it look like it's something, and put it over there. So when they find it over there, now they can call their attention over there and actually away from what we got to do. I would always put mine in the ground right next to the fence post, because when they run the metal detector by the fence post, it's going to go off every single time, because the fence post is metal. Now, with this shakedown, it could not have come at a more worse time. We just come off from our camp a couple weeks earlier where there was a dude that showed up at our camp that had a brother, and I guess some of his brother looked the wrong way. And when he got there, the Bloods approached him, said he was claiming this at this other camp. The dude said he wasn't. At no time, at a point, did he ever speak up and say, yo, I got a brother. These dudes end up stabbing us through the whole thing. What we call false flag. Supposedly, he was claiming blood on another compound. Now he gets to this compound, and these guys approach him. He says no. The other guys are like, yeah, that's him. So they end up stabbing this dude a whole bunch of times. The dude that they stabbed is not just a nobody. He's been in prison for quite a while. But it's very common, even like between Dick, you know, you can get him and his brother confused. I've seen this done a bunch of times. But the guy they stabbed up, they beat up, he wasn't just a nobody. This was a dude that had been down a long time, that would push that blade, that had other dudes that really rocked with him like that. His brother had been gone home like a year or so before this. So we were all waiting for the retaliation from his homeboys against his brothers. All this is brewing. This was like a week prior, maybe a little bit, maybe 10 days prior to that. We just come off the shakedown. And I think that's why everybody panicked so much. It's like, we just came off the shakedown. You have your annual shakedowns, and then you have incident shakedowns where an incident calls for a shakedown. With everybody hiding their weapons, it changes the dynamics of prison. Because now you're vulnerable. If there is a time that you want to attack a group of guys, and that group of guys is much larger than y'all, shakedown is the perfect time if you hear about it in advance. Because you know that they've hidden their weapons, that they're defenseless. If you can get through the shakedown with your weapons, or get to them before the shakedown takes place, well, there's not a lot they can do. 10 men with knives versus 20 men with no knives, it's a no-brainer. Half of that 20 right there are going to run as soon as they see the knives, and the 10 that do decide to fight without knives are going to get stabbed up a whole bunch.
It's just like a very cool way to prototype extremely quickly. If I don't hear anything, I just have this design here that I put together. I can just take a link, I can copy a link to selection, and then I can go to FedEx and I can paste the link. Use the Figma skill to implement the automations page in my app. It was like 90% of the way there.
We had some wine at the time. We go ahead, talked about it, it's work, get caught up with, we got all this other stuff going on. No, it's not work, get jammed up, we just dump it. We dump the wine down the toilet and flush it. Like I've told y'all, we cut the toilets off. So if you're going to use the toilet to flush something, you better do it before shakedown comes, because once they shake down, another key tail sign going lock down, you just go to push the toilet button and it don't flush. The following morning rolls around. 7 bill, 100 pound lights on, feet on the floor, stand for count. Get off my bunk, Twin gets off his bunk. We're standing there, they count, they go by, brush my teeth, wash my face, start my morning routine. Except I'm not expecting the doors to open. I'm expecting us to be locked in. Look out in the day room, the lights are off. Very common with shakedown. Sit on my bunk, I'm watching the news, and I see the lights in the day room. pop on. What? Stop playing. But look out. Short time after that, stand by for chow. They pop on the cell doors. We all come out of our cells, confused. So they guys, once again, start gossiping, whispering. Nah, they don't let us go to chow and send us back. They called, yeah, my son is a kitchen worker. They called all out this morning. They must not have felt like they did betrayed, so they didn't use us to feed everybody this morning when we come back to chow. They're gonna lock us back down. We go to chow, we come back. We don't lock down. This is why I don't gossip. To get people hurt, mislead people, cause other things to happen, get other people drunk into something they got nothing to do with. We're on standby for, after we eat, that's when we're going to stand by for movement. They're still feeding other dudes. At the time, the majority of these blood dudes that were really, really deep were upstairs in my building, 300 pod, and they had attacked the dude that was in 8 building. That dude lived in a completely separate building. But when you go to chow, we would mix buildings. I'm waiting for them to call, stand by for work, stand by for first movement. When they scream, lock down, lock down, lock down. We knew it was coming. Y'all ain't tricked nobody. We go inside of ourselves. We come to find out it's a shakedown. We come to find out that never was a shakedown coming. The dudes over in 8 building that wanted to give these blood dudes what they done to their homeboy took it upon themselves to hide all the knives inside the bar. They didn't take them outside burying them. And they don't make this agreement that if we do not go on lockdown anymore, we go to chow, we're going to bang out with the dudes that stabbed our homeboy. So that morning when they went to chow, they were all strapped up with knives. And they ran up on this gang member dudes in the chow hall and just commenced to sticking and stabbing and poking. Anybody that had anything to do with that incident, homeboy getting stabbed, or just you so much be in the wrong place at the wrong time, or that's your homeboy, well, guess what? Since that's your homeboy, he has something to do with it. My homeboy getting hurt, he getting stabbed as well. So as we're in our pod thinking, we're carrying on this major shakedown, this lockdown, these dudes over the fucking chow hall, stabbing these other dudes up, which ends up putting us on a major shakedown and lockdown. We would find out later that the dudes over in 8 building messed with the guard over there, hollered at the guard told him, we're not going on lockdown. Gave her word to these dudes, we're not going on lockdown. I don't know where y'all heard this from, but we're not going on lockdown. They didn't go tell nobody. They didn't go gossip. What they did was they strapped up and got ready. Because they knew that when the morning time came, all the dudes that were going to chow wouldn't have no weapons on. And they chose that as what they wanted to strike. He stayed on lockdown for a couple of weeks after that incident. Now I want you to remember, all of this started from one guy. One guy said something to one guy, that guy said something to another guy, and it caused all this chaos. Guys took losses. Some guys just, man, damn, I couldn't engrave all this stuff. I didn't have the time. There was other dudes trying to help me. You didn't want to get cold with it. Some guys were scared. They'd rather just, like I said, throw it away than get cold with it. You had guys giving things away. You had guys dumping wine. So much chaos ensued behind people gossiping. And what it ultimately led to was a whole bunch of people getting hurt and us ending up locked up. We still ended up doing a shakedown. We created a shakedown mentally in our head that didn't exist. And because of people's mouths, it became a real thing. Didn't know how long we were going to be on this. Shakedowns, like I said, can last a couple days. Sometimes they go into months when you're dealing with a murder investigation. But all of that was caused because of somebody's mouth, somebody ignorant, somebody talking, inmate.com. My advice to you first and foremost is don't commit crime. Don't go to prison. Don't get locked up. But should you find yourself in that environment, do not gossip. Make sure you pay attention to what's going on around you, but don't believe everything you hear. I believe everybody else believes. And in believing it, it ultimately led us to get exactly what we thought we were going to get with. Lockdown.
With all that being said, I hope y'all enjoyed today's video. There's a whole lot to put in there, edited out a whole lot. This is what you do. I love all you guys. I miss all you guys. New guys starting their work soon, so we'll be back to the videos. I'm almost done with the studio. Really excited to show that to all of you. Thank you guys for watching. But anyways, these jails, these detention centers, these prisons, these facilities, they're all just crazy world inside of a hard and crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to keep y'all entertained. Are you not entertained? Like always, this is Jay Williams. That's life. It's all my real ones. Not all your real ones watching. Because y'all still watching me. And y'all know. So I'm tired. I'm in bed.
Is your toothache keeping you up at night? Me too. Let's do something about it, shall we? See you in my office.
You didn't inherit this. You built it. Every late night, every dollar earned with Relay. See your cash flow clarified. Every account, every move, instantly visible. Real-time dashboard. Mobile controls built for action without friction. Relay is built to run how you run. Separate, sync, and automate all in one place. Fast transfers, smart permissions, zero guesswork. This is business banking and money management for the self-made. Join the self-made nation. Discover more at RelayFi.com.
It's the mixed martial arts hour.
Today, Helwani Stitch Town, how the inmates are running the asylum. The creatures of the control room are front and center this time around. It's the Rick and GC show. Or is it the GC and Rick show? Either way, here are your hosts, Eric Jackman and Connor Burns.
Welcome to another GC and Rick edition of the MMA Hour. I'm Eric Jackman, aka New York Rick. That is Connor Burks, aka GC. And yeah, we're in the hosting chair, or at least I am for now. Connor Burks.
You look good, man.
Oh, thank you. I feel good. I feel good. I've done this before. I feel like you've done this before. So we've all gotten our crack at sitting here. Who, me? It's not where I'm most comfortable, but I'm here, and we're gonna present a great show for you guys today. So keep hanging with us. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna answer your questions. We're gonna preview UFC 304 happening Saturday in Manchester, one of the biggest cards of the year. And yeah, we'll have some fun like we normally do. GC, how are you? What's going on?
I'm great, man. I've actually never been better. I mean, UFC 304. We've got our guys on the card. We got Aspinall going. We got Oban Elliott going. We got Leon Edwards going. Arnold Allen. You got Kate Ray versus Patty Pemblett. It's always exciting every week, and this one especially. So.
Yeah, I see you've done some redecorating in the casa.
Oh, this. Yeah. And, we've done, now that we've had so many English shows or pay-per-views under our belt, I just kind of have one. So, I mean, everyone knows I took the trip over to Manchester last year, so I mean, this is just sort of how I do it. Yorkshire Gold. I mean, I wake up with this every morning. Absolutely beautiful brew right here. So yeah, this is just stuff taken from my house. I didn't have to buy anything.
Does anybody ever come across your secret stash of British UK paraphernalia and wonder what's happening here?
So you say British and English this like paraphernalia, it's actually, I have a lot of Brazilian stuff because of that. There's so many random collections of things from different countries that I own that I have like in a closet. Really the only ones I've ever seen it is my roommate and girlfriend, so they understand, but yeah, I don't know, if I ever like did a sale of like a storage unit, or if I passed away or something like that, and was searching for my stuff, they'd be like, what is going on with this? This is a lot of random shit.
They might think spy maybe, like you've got so much national memorabilia for so many different countries.
Yeah, just a big fan of it for national sporting events, soccer, and stuff like that. I can always be cheering for someone.
Golf is always been this pursuit of trying to figure the game out. I'm always closing up my collection. I'm very particular in how my equipment needs to perform.
You have to keep evolving, you have to keep adapting, you have to keep trying to get better, because if you sit still, you're going to get left behind.
Getting on top is difficult. Staying on top is really hard. To truly innovate, you have to take on risks. You have to have the courage to take on a new future, knowing there's a chance you do fail. I'm not so sure this story's ever been told publicly before. I've always had a profound passion for golf equipment. I grew up playing in Taylor, and so I can tell a story about every single one of them. This company was founded in 1979. The company was born under a new technology called metal. The first driver was called the original. The other leader, using an iron or either metal wood. Known as the Pittsburgh Pacific. And the standard and the birthright of the company wasn't simply to innovate and bring a new technology. If that technology didn't optimize performance, we wouldn't do it. This driver, the Ellen Driver saved our company. Back in 2015, we were struggling. This driver, extensively compressed carbon crown and a titanium body, reestablished TaylorMade as the technology leader in drivers, period. Nobody could build a product of this stature and performance and ultimately mass produce it so players of all skill level could get into it. Then there was the generation of sim technology, this canted airflow. We were actually researching aerodynamics, but Sim 2 really built upon the momentum of Sim 1, the first carbon sole that we'd ever done. And then 5 years later, we show up with Stealth, first of its kind with carbon-based technologies. It was #1 in the marketplace. But then we had a hiccup when we got to Stealth 2. That was painful. It was painful for me, it was painful for the entire organization. And it was the first time we had to deal with true adversity around the product quality issue in our company in a couple of decades. And the reason we got there was because we were pushing so hard to get better, we pushed too far. We haven't had it perfect every year, but we try to strive for perfection in everything we do because we have to meet this standard. We truly have to meet this standard. If our products don't work, then they don't come to market.
As you know, for all these years, we think that I don't put something in the bag. Well, it's just better than what I'm currently playing.
Last year was a little bit tricky where we had a lot of market success at QI35, but some of our top athletes really didn't put it in play. We couldn't show them something better than what they were playing previously, and so there's definitely some added pressure.
To the 10th of the million or to the 10th of the big balloon because we want to make sure that what we give to our consumer is what we're designing and simulating.
We're having a moment right now where for the past 5 years we have been working on the advancements that are now showing up in the QI40 driver. Our mission was very clear. We challenged our team to build the fastest and most stable driver technology in the history of our company and the game of golf. The 4D stands for 4 dimensions of speed. The first dimension is pace.
The goal is to make more speedy without giving up the goodness on off-center strikes. This year we have a new goal on the face to create more spin consistency. So downrange shots are where they're supposed to be, even on misses.
Pushing the performance of the face has been our goal here for the last year.
So there's a little bit of traffic.
Yeah, pushing its tracking here, not towards the front, and then also come in the back.
That stress point is here. Right. We're getting what we want. We gotta find out where. We wanna make sure it's as good as it can be. The more we push the driver to the points, the more we learn.
Number 2 is aerodynamics. The aerodynamic package in this product enables it to go faster.
You've run all the simulations. How many runs did you do in the last like 20 months?
Each runs combined at least like 300 to 400. Each lines, so many textures, so many different shades, all that from your team. Run the design team, we came up with 6 or 7 shapes.
Yep.
Out of those 300, 400, which hopefully we don't want to be fast.
Once you make it correctly, you design it correctly, you got to test it. You can see right through here. It's like a circuit. This wind tunnel simulates the ideal conditions for a golf course to make sure that you find every possible speed advantage. A lot of times you're going to be getting 2 to 4 miles per hour faster than you get right now. Next thing you know, you're 1 mile an hour faster.
We do all these simulations over months, a lot of CAD work, a lot of error warning efforts, and then we put this thing in the ground for 5 seconds, and that's going to tell us whatever we did for the last 1 year, is either improvement or not.
Then we have the shaft system. So the React shaft works on the speed signature of the player.
The shaft is one of the most misunderstood pulses of golf. We're looking at the entire club as a comprehensive thing, and not just one component. We started out using high-speed motion capture to understand the swing dynamics of the individual and then try to figure out what shaft would work best for them.
So we have our high rotation shafts, the max flex, 60 turns. Let's skip that one. Let's see if our ball speed is up here.
We've been capturing all that data in the field with real golfers, and we're taking the swing and breaking it down into, oh, you swing this way, here's a shaft profile that's right to you. And will really benefit all golfers.
We see guys up here here with extremely high buckhand speed. We put them into like a red profile and immediately you see like their dispersion tighten up. And then they get more confident. Just go through a quick fitting like this. Yeah, just imagine you much more distance we can get every consumer out there. No stones to left out there trying to figure out how do we go faster and make these products more critical.
One of the unique things about golfers, I'm going to include myself in this comment, everybody has a different swing signature. It's like everybody has an individual thumbprint. No 2 thumbprints are exactly the same. No 2 golf swings are exactly the same. How we release the golf differs from Colin Moore, Colin Rory, to Scotty, to Nelly, to Tommy, to me, or to anybody else that plays that. So the 4th dimension of speed is going to be fit.
Being the bridge between the athletes and the engineers, it's a balance of art and science. The biggest thing for me as a fitter, the more adjustability that engineers can give you, the better.
Corey, what did you need to bring for you? What for clamping is that 8 degree in the bottom of that thing?
We've been working with this product for 6 months, and this will essentially be the first bit. You know, ways the world of data capture going, right? The reflective markers are embedded into the bottom face, which is pretty cool. You know, they're looking for 1 yard, 2 yards, they're looking for straight out.
is like the ultimate answer. All of these test maps have been built in this workshop. So, okay, so this one's Carl's. So that we have every option available as we fine-tune and dialing the player. These first impressions are super important to them, but they're also important to us, right? Wow. Okay. What goes into that first stage is emphasize so much that if the player sees something, that initial reaction, oh, nice. Yeah, 191.7. You will explore it because they just want to get better. That's nice, mate. Watching you it and watching you it, that's going to actually pretty tough. Pretty tough. Oh, thank you. Oh. Ooh, 185. Fitting for me an exercise with no really confidence. So that's why they're going. I was good. All right, and bringing in the right recipe that's going to unlock your ability to get the best performance out of your driver.
Speeds up a little bit. 174.
What is better for you when it comes to the driver? A lot of boxes you have to check if it's spinning tighter, which is what we've seen. But this one, I'm really happy. If all things were equal to your QR35 and you found that low now ball speed, is there enough for you? 2 would be better than 1. Wow. So you're only just over 170 ball speed, that was 175. Do you even know where your QR35 came and got you? Actually, don't you guys? The players that TaylorMade have on staff, you know, it's the best. And the ultimate goal is to get their performance benefits in using the product. Alright, so you want this QI10 Max for a couple of years. Yeah, what's it going to take to get QI10?
The most important are the comfort I have over the ball when I look down at the driver. After that, it's just going to where I want it to. Oh, nice.
Carrying the finger and ball speed consistently 2.5, 3 balls down fast with this one.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever hit it this far.
Good.
I am so comfortable with what I have in my bag that this is performing better right now.
We would get it to be the best in the world of what we do. That's our personal goal, and there's no anything that can force equipment into the bags of players. And when you start to understand what you have to do, you know that it's there for the performance. These numbers, and you go, all that's okay. I remember the first time I looked at it, and we were like, just touching 180 ball speed. Yeah, it says a lot for like how you've got to keep evolving. 190 ball speed. Pretty good. I see these guys coming through like with Michael Phil Johnson and Carl Phillips, and I have to stay ahead of him. I love my QI down, like I didn't want to let go of it, but we made something that makes me want to let go of it, so. You know, Scotty Scheffler enjoys making us fail so that we can get things right for him. We're able to get the robot to deliver the golf club like Scotty Scheffler. So there's too much lock on the club. Let's change the strike first. That's better. I think we're getting close enough now where we can actually stop starting and shape with the weight. Pull down and launch a little bit, pull down, spin a little bit. Got to get that under 2. Right now I've got 2 weights in the back. And one of them slightly heavier than the other. We're just going to flip those. Perfect. 175 ball speed, which is great. Literally, that's the first golf shot that Scotty hits. I'm over the moon. speed is up to 180. It's good. I feel like I'm hitting such a variety of shots. All hit low, all hit high, all curved ways, and so it's easier to hit shots on the range with the driver. You get on the course, those little tiny details can be harder to dial in. See, that's really good. When you're able to actually curve it against that wind, I love it. And your rates get very high. You can play with 3 left, you play with ball position, I mean, it's tough as spinning all. Pretty smooth, pretty good. Pretty good. What makes it finish so hard is that's to be able to do that. 20 feet off the ground or whatever, and then also have to be able to hit it straight. Yeah. What I love about Toad is when I finish by, it gets in my hand, I know it's gone through all the steps in order to make the club the best possible club for us. What I realized is the best sign of trust is when world-class athletes take our product, they put it in play, and they look at us and they say, hey, to our engineers, to our product creators, this is exactly what I need to optimize my performance. If I can bottle up all the words to describe the team behind 2F40 driving, it's incredible. They all collaborate in a way that challenges each other. Working in the golf industry is really a blessing because it allows me to marry my job with my passion.
And we do develop some emotional attachment to the products that we design and create. So when you get done with this thing, you not only put them in the tool players' hands, but you put them into the market. There's a certain level of vulnerability to that, and is it good enough to move the needle again?
We've been through the fire, and there's no success without taking risks. One of the greatest feelings for me in my role at this company for over 20 years is being able to see Rory McIlroy or Tiger Woods or Tommy Fleetwood, Collin Morikawa, Nelly Korda, or Scotty Scheffler pull that tail and head cover off, and they send it. And when they send it, my Sunday course and sends it, and the launch conditions are perfect, we know we've done our jobs well. Hello, I'm Ozempic, and I'm other GLP-1s for type 2 diabetes. And now, there's a nice guy named Stan to talk about my benefits.
Now it says here, for adults with type 2 diabetes, Ozempic is the GLP-1 with the most FDA-approved uses. Ozempic is approved to lower A1C, lower the risk of major cardiovascular events like stroke, heart attack, and lower the risk of worsening chronic kidney disease. Back to you, Ozempic.
Thanks, Stan. Yeah, cool. Do me next.
Well, I see you don't have as many FDA-approved uses as Ozempic.
Oh, really? Well, can Ozempic do this? Cool. What's that? It's a brown sickle bill. And that's a real bird? Ozempic is an injectable prescription medicine used along with diet and exercise to improve blood sugar in adults with type 2 diabetes and to reduce the risk of major cardiovascular events such as heart attack, stroke, or death in adults with type 2 diabetes and heart disease, and to reduce the risk of worsening kidney disease, kidney failure, and death due to cardiovascular disease in adults with type 2 diabetes and chronic kidney disease. Ozempic is not for children. Do not share Ozempic pen with others. Do not reuse or share needles. Sharing may lead to infection. Do not take Ozempic if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you are
allergic to Ozempic. Stop taking Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck or any of these allergic reactions. Serious side effects may happen, including inflamed pancreas. Stop taking Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get severe stomach pain. You may feel the pain from your abdomen to your back. Severe stomach problems may occur. Tell your healthcare professional if you have stomach problems that are severe or will not go away. Gallbladder problems may occur. Call your healthcare professional if you have symptoms such as stomach pain, fever, yellowing of the skin or eyes, or clay-colored stools. Tell your healthcare professional if you have diabetic retinopathy or vision changes. If you are scheduled to have surgery or other procedures that use anesthesia or deep sleepiness, if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be. Stop taking Ozempic at least 2 months before you plan to become pregnant. Taking Ozempic with sulfonylurea or insulin may raise low blood sugar risk, which may include any of these signs and symptoms. Talk to your healthcare professional about how to prevent, recognize, and manage low and high blood sugar. Some side effects can lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Drinking plenty of fluids may reduce your chances of dehydration. Ozempic may increase the chance of food or liquid getting into your lungs during surgery or other procedures. Tell all your healthcare professionals that you are taking Ozempic before you are scheduled to have surgery or other procedures. Common side effects are nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, and constipation. Talk to your doctor about any side effect that bothers you or does not go away. This video is not medical advice and does not replace the advice given to you by your healthcare professional. Talk to your healthcare professional about any concerns you may have about managing your type 2 diabetes. If you're not reaching your blood sugar goal, ask your healthcare professional if once weekly Ozempic can help.
Hey, can you guys validate my parking?
Talk to your healthcare professional about Ozempic.
I'm uncomfortable.
I think you just told me how much you like. Yeah, I like. Look, sitting there.
What the fuck is that?
I lied to you. I lied to everybody. This doesn't feel natural. And
I bet you look a little uncomfortable. I have to disagree with you. You look a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, I am uncomfortable. And so I'm going to leave this spot and I'm going to go back to my spot.
You're going back to the intro. What the hell? This is amateur. Right, you can't hear me. I don't know. I'm like, what is he saying? I can't believe it. It looks terrible. Look at these guys. It goes back to this. Yeah, look, shit. I can't run it. I'm glad now you're telling. Wow, here we go. We're back. Just like that. Look at that. Look at it. It looks good. So I can't like the trinkets, everything like that. I think we need this gray drab background to go with the black shirt. Now everything feels insane.
It's not me. And yeah, that's where I want it. This is for me. And this is where I feel comfortable. I know. It's like
this tradition. My background still sneaking into yours. Which is great. I think the juxtaposition here, just like the dark troll and having this beautiful array of homage to the United Kingdom behind is great.
I think we're finally ready to kick off the show. That was at the pre-show. Frank had convinced me that was a good idea, and obviously it was not. I can't believe it was ridiculous. And now
Frank had a bad idea. I'm floored. I took my job off the ground. Frank had a bad. Oh, you're gonna go tell us? You're gonna go tell us? Right? I mean, come on. Yeah.
You know what's funny? Why don't you just tell me right now?
There's so much good acting happening on the show right now. Frank's, wait, what?
Wait, what for Frank?
45 fucking minutes waiting for this show.
Look at this guy, man. Look at this guy. He's living out his dreams in Paris, and all I want to do is come on here for free. This is incredible.
Yeah, that's right. That's all I want to do. That's all I want to do is to be next to you guys. That was great. Finally, people get to see behind the scenes, Rick. Finally,
talk about the
four balls.
Yeah.
It was actually great.
That heavy nine.
Was that a pre-tape or was that live?
No, we did live.
Who the fuck is we?
There it is.
Come on,
there it is.
Set the scene for us. We're in Paris.
Well, first of all, you guys are doing great. I'd like to be in the chair. OGs will remember when you sat in the chair after Claire was born, I believe it was.
Yeah.
I think that's the only time you sat in the chair, right?
The $10 gotta have it built in. A fresh sandwich. with fresh sourdough and fresh avocado and a fresh side for a fresh price. The $10 gotta have it meal deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is.
When you wore the Hawaiian outfit.
I wore the Hawaiian outfit. It was Halloween. It was Halloween Day, I believe.
That's right.
That's right. And it was wonderful. But this is where this feels like. This feels.
No, this is great.
So
it's great to be here. I'm a little bit tired now. I left New York yesterday at 6:30 p.m. And actually, you know, I have to say, you guys know kind of a small club. My good friend at Marathon had this like melatonin mint, it's called, like sleep and recharge. I've always been afraid to take it. It was 6:30, and I'm like, I gotta go to bed at 10. And this thing is gonna land at 1:30, 7:30 local time. I'm kind of screwed here. So I took it right before we took off. And I have to say, I went to bed right away. I was sleeping right away. It was quality sleep. You know, like, you never sleep great on a plane, but all things considered, not bad. So waking up to eat, I felt like drugged when I was eating. I was definitely feeling it, and I felt it like 5 minutes in. And all things considered, not bad, because I knew I had to hit the ground running when we got here. So much to do, golly. We're a stone, so every country, by the way, for those who don't know, I don't know how much is in Paris right now for the Olympics, CBC, yada yada. Every country has its own house, and so we're conveniently right next to Canada House, and that's where all the Canadian broadcasting is going on. So if you walk in there, and it's all like Canadian TV everywhere. It's actually the Science Center, which they've rebranded for the Olympics, but it feels like we're in Toronto or Montreal. Wow, I mean, it's English and French, but like Quebec French, not France French. And up there, and a Lululemon suitcase, which is gigantic, and so much clothes that I don't know what to do with because there's only one closet here, and no drawers or a second closet. My room is just clothes at the moment. Not a bad problem to have, but it's a little overwhelming because I'm
Robbie, looking right now, yeah?
Yeah, this is a little extra. They gave me.
That's a great shirt. I saw you with the pants and the clean white shoes for once in your life. I mean, it looked great in those pictures.
Yeah, they give me 4 pairs of shoes like those. 4.
That's amazing. What a tragedy. If you don't use your money, you just got some clothes in.
Are you size 12?
I'm a size 12.
Who, me? What are you?
12 and a half. That's on the shoe, but brand. How was you feeling that day?
Okay, so then we went on the metro, and we went to the Eiffel Tower to shoot some stuff, and it's completely shut down. Locals cannot get anywhere near the Eiffel Tower because of all the security, because they're getting ready for the opening ceremony, singular, not plural, opening ceremony, and but we were able to because we have a special credential. And then we came back and did some stuff. And I'm trying to make it to 10 p.m. It's 7:09. I'm trying to make it to 10 p.m. so that I can hopefully get on track here. And I think I'll be good. I had a nice spicy tuna baguette for lunch. I had 2 awful coffees, like just absolutely awful. But the baguette was fantastic, just absolutely amazing. So far all's well. My dad's arrived. We're just settling in. It's been at home for almost 3 weeks.
Yeah, I feel like you gotta find a go-to coffee place that you're going to go to every single day while you're there. Because you don't want to risk it every morning and end up with a cup of coffee.
No. So far I'm over 2. And I know what you guys are about to ask me, so let's address the elephant in the room. I did not fly the drone. I had nothing to do with it. We're a very honorable country, and we will not accept any blame.
It is a cheating company, yes.
It is kind of incredible that they got caught doing that, especially when you consider the fact that the team that they supposedly or allegedly spying on is one of the worst teams. And why, if you're going to spy on someone, why would you spy on one of the worst teams in New Zealand? Grace James, for those that missed it, the Canadian women's soccer team has been accused of spying on the women's soccer team from New Zealand with a drone. They had a drone flying over the stadium. And there's some speculation that this was due to some sort of shoot that they were doing, and it just got kind of caught in the crossfire. But you can't do that. So the coach has set to sit out tomorrow's opener. I think 2 staff members went home. I mean, controversy off the bat here, guys, in the City of Light. So it's incredible.
Thank you for that denial update.
I was going to say thank you for that report.
Yeah, you said, but can you imagine getting all the way out there, like you talked about your Olympic dreams, and then you fly around and back home. What do you think, Sarah?
Insane. A drone over the stadium. By the way, most security ever. Like, did you not think you would get caught flying a drone over a stadium?
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturing quality. So they can go where others won't and always get it done. As long as Chevy people keep showing up, we'll keep building trucks that do the same.
Well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing on this Silverado or $7,000 total cash allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle. Plus, eligible military personnel can get $1,000 bonus cash on most Chevy models.
Go, go, go. The prince waiting. Wait. This is Lazarus Day. Oops.
So many files to make sense of. My brain's just gonna explode.
Enough with the circus. Introducing Simple WordPress. Team folders keep your files where they belong. So when your team needs the right file, they'll never get it wrong. Whoa, whoa, hold my fire. CMOs can find all the answers you desire. Simple WordPress. The smart solutions in cloud collaboration.
Yeah. You mentioned you're doing stuff. I keep saying stuff. What is stuff? How are you enjoying the assignment? What's it been like so far? What are you expecting for the next few weeks?
I'm expecting a lot of work. I'm expecting our show to begin on Friday. Our first show, so I'm hosting a show called Paris Tonight, which you can watch. It will be available on CBC Gen, which is the CBC streaming platform, also on all of their YouTube, whatever, socials. It will air live at 11 p.m. Eastern. Well, live. But, so we'll shoot most of it beforehand. Interviews, I'm going to be, they're about to announce, if not already, who the flag bearers are going to be. I'm going to interview one of them. So all this exciting stuff. But in addition to that, I'm going to be on the telly as well. I'll be a part of the opening ceremony broadcast on actual CBC, the channel, which is an iconic network. For those that don't know, CBC is the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. It's like our version of the BBC, home of hockey in Canada, and the home of the Olympics for as long as I've been alive. It's a really iconic public broadcaster. It's part of the fabric of Canada, and they have a sister station in French called Radio Canada, and I'll be doing some stuff for them and practicing my French a little bit while I'm here. So everything's gonna really start, I think, like in earnest on Friday, because that's technically day 1. Today is technically day -2. No, sorry. Today's -2, tomorrow's -1, and then Friday's day 0, and then it begins. Canada's first men's basketball game is on Saturday against Greece. TBD if I'll be there. I'll either be at 1 or 2, game 1 or 2. That Tuesday's game 2 against Australia. So I'm all into it. They came out, and something called Grace Note, which I guess predicts things, came out and said that they're predicting that Canada will get 21 medals, 7 gold, and then I guess you can figure out the rest. Silver and women's boxing, Tamara Tebow. So I'm all in, guys. I don't know if you know this, but they don't call me Olympic Ariel for nothing. Are there any big MMA shows coming up this weekend? Anything in the world of cage fighting, or is it pretty quiet?
No, it's low-key. Nothing really happened. I think there's really time to go up.
No problem yet.
Yeah, breakdancing. Did you know, by the way, that breakdancing is actually debuting at these Olympic Games and then going away for the next ones in 2028 in Los Angeles. It's a one and done for them. Did you know that?
Wow, so whoever gets the gold will be the gold medal.
Yes, Los Angeles decided. No. It's confirmed. Los Angeles decided to introduce flag football, baseball.
Yeah. These are so much better for it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying in future games, 12 years from now, they may
Oh, they
say,
can bring it back later, but for now it's gonna be like in and out. Sort of like ballroom dancing was a couple of years ago. Remember that? Ballroom dancing. Like
yeah, I was
4
locked
years
in on
ago.
the ball for sure. Yeah, you mentioned the world of MMA. Do you want to talk about MMA? You got any thoughts for UFC 304? Any predictions? Anything that's burning that you want to get out?
Number one, I'll just say that I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm very much looking forward to the Tom Aspinall fight.
What is before you go on, what are your plans? How are you going to watch this? What is the setting going to be? You're going to be something like the British men.
Yeah, I can't complain. They're going to be suffering. We could get paid to suffer. If they want to do it in person. I think the plan is to like wake up for the main card. I haven't put that like head around it yet, if I'm being honest. But I really do want to watch the main card because I think the main card is fantastic. The Aspinall fight, I'm very interested in. I'm interested to see how Paddy the Batty looks. There's a lot of interesting storylines going into that one, considering the fact that he's on final fight of his deal. He's signed something today. I saw a clip come out from an interview where he said that he wasn't in a great spot mentally. He appears to be in fantastic shape. Both him and Molly appear to be in incredible shape. Golly, like 8 packs, both of them. So I'm really curious to see how he does against King Green, how Molly does, and the main event. I mean, so I saw someone say this, and I wonder how you guys feel about it. This stuff coming out of Bilal Muhammad's mouth about A, Leon, and B, his spot in history if he wins this fight, like the line about how he would be number 2 behind GSP, like, he has said some of the most outlandish and nonsensical things that we've seen leading up to a fight. Like, there's often times where, you know, I want to just be like, what is this guy talking about? But I know it will turn into a whole, like, you know, Middle East war if I do that, so I'm just stepping away. Is there any turning back from this? So is there any turn? If he loses this fight, how do you turn back from this? If he wins, he sounds like a brilliant guy. Like we're comparing him to Canelo, the boxer.
He's getting one title shot. If he loses this fight, we're like never getting another title shot for the rest of his career, and that'll be it. We just move on with our lives. If he wins, he looks like a genius. I actually like the way he's playing because here we are talking about. He could have just said platitudes and not like Leon Edwards and everything like that. I think that he is aware of what he is saying is ridiculous and he's essentially true.
Okay. Yeah, so the Canelo stuff, he's just going like totally on that side just to get people fucked on, right?
We are going to get into this more later, but maybe we just get into it now. Like, I think we think it's true and successful.
I vape, but I don't like need to vape, you know? I only do it when my friends do it. Or on the weekends. I don't know. I don't really like to think about it.
Only yourself. It's no different. With power boost ingredients, that's why goats like Messi only want power boost. Because every
that's how good it is. That's why it's working. Because everybody
What if he's not trolling?
What's the difference? What's the difference?
There is no difference. My question isn't is he trolling or not. My question is people lose in their first title fight and they work their way up. I don't know if there's any coming back from this.
Oh, this is the path to get back.
I feel like period he is not getting another title shot as it is. He's on a 10-fight unbeaten streak. He's won 9 straight times. He has beaten the best of the best in his division, and it took this much just to get to the title shot. If he loses, I don't think he is going to get back to his position.
This is going to help him get back to a title if he fails. Because now he is saying this outlandish stuff, because people are beating on him, because people think that it's serious. I don't think he's serious, but even if he is, it's irrelevant. If he did say this and got beat by Leon, he just disappears. He just becomes another guy as he was before. this is helping bring some additional attention and some real animosity. Like on the social accounts, when we post Bilal Muhammad content, it did not used to perform the way that it's performing now. People are not enjoying what he's saying, but people are reacting to what he's saying. And so I think this is a path that allows him to potentially get back into that conversation at some point. Do I think they'll be anxious to give it to him if he loses? No. But do I think that he is making himself more relevant and drawing attention to himself? I mean, not dissimilar to like a Kobe Covington and others who have tried this. What do you mean?
If Leon smokes him 5-0, what's the path back? By the way, they didn't want to give him a title shot when he had won 9 in a row.
If Leon smokes him and he doesn't talk, what's the path back? Does it materially hurt him?
No, listen. The way I would have sold this fight is I was going to beat you, you poked me in the eye, you looked for a way out. They tried to do everything in their power to stop me from getting this shot. They offered 3 other people title shots instead of me just a few months ago at UFC 300. None of them deserve a welterweight title fight, let's be honest. In the welterweight division, right? Like, okay, maybe Shavkat, but that was a quick one. Hamzat not fighting at 170, Islam 55 can't find. And yet here I am, and I'm gonna prove that you're, I never was overhyped, got lucky shot, headshot back, whatever. This other stuff
That's so boring. That's so boring. It's boring.
He beat Kamaru twice, and so Kamaru was number 2.
We have the clip. We actually have the whole clip. Okay, but I think we can play the whole clip. Okay, this is from an interview with David Martin on our site.
This looks like Kevin Kwan. That was the plan, so it's not the rest of it. And again, once I get to visiting, I know that this is his head. I know he's not about to be able to do it. So he need to go out there. He who's my fight, who's my thought was, the best one to do it, right? Again, I'm up there, I'm ahead of him. And I'm right underneath GSP. And if you're looking at both fires, I'm like, I mean, wonder why I did this guy, I do that guy. Then I get the next young killer to give her still that there again, right? This shot guy, and the JDF, here. Then I walk through all of them, just something else, right? I did that, the guy got to do it.
Oh yeah. No, so he's actually cleaned out the division already. How do you actually break it down that way? I feel like this is him lapping the division.
But
I get it.
the reaction that it gets. This.
No, I get it.
Have you ever
Listen, I can't wait for it.
Have you ever talked about Bilal Muhammad more?
Peter, no. I guarantee you someone's going to clip this off and say that I'm hating. And forget the fact that for the past year I've been saying he deserves to be fighting for the belt, that he's getting screwed, that he should have fought for the belt a year ago, that he should have fought for the belt before Kobe. Like, I don't need all of this. I don't need all of this because this sounds delusional and nonsensical. But I get it. To me,
I don't think
that was a big fight.
I think you're acknowledging that the things that he's saying are outlandish, which...
Well, you know how it is. If you say anything critical, if you just ask Uriah Hall, I mentioned his shorts, and all of a sudden, Uriah Hall has sent messages to every single person on the broadcast team, threatening him, saying that, like, if I see you, I'm going to beat you up. I know I just went on a tangent here, but, like, I actually thought it was pretty fair to Uriah Hall. I thought he was very close to winning that fight. He just was wearing the wrong shorts and wasn't wearing the traditional boxing cover. If he wants to ignore that, I don't know why he's getting so bent that shape over it. But anyway, people are just extremely sensitive when it comes to any sort of criticism whatsoever. I'm still trying to decipher if Nate was talking about me or not. I think we determined it's either Amber Heard or Adolf Hitler, but we haven't quite whittled it down. I don't know. This is jet like that.
Yeah. No, you're still on the right side of the fence.
Very good.
No, you're expressing a preference that you would prefer for him to take a more traditional approach, which is I just want revenge. I don't think it works. I just don't think people are interested in Bilal Muhammad's revenge. I don't think that connects with people, but I do think pretending that you are second behind GSP for the win makes people react, whether it's good or bad. This is tried and true in combat sports that you don't really need them to love you. You just need them to pay attention to you, and he is making that happen.
This also isn't the first thing that he's done in the lead up to this fight. If you guys wouldn't mind me just reading another book, and when he was talking to Jockey last month,
to preface this, 11 of his 14 major victories have come by way of decision, and in 25 professional fights, Leon Edwards has never been finished. This is what he told MMA.
I don't work for the CIA.
Okay.
Expect your agency at school?
Every day has a rhythm. Some master through control and consistency. Calculate every move. Others take charge
I have a doctor's appointment in 5 minutes. I'll catch you guys in a little bit.